next trial. Stay loud. Stay loud.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And Jamie, I'm not sure that your wish for a heavy metal intro song is really fitting the theme of the channel. You said, could you please stop playing that beast ass music you always play and give me some metal? And I'm not sure that it's working.
Mm.
But
I feel like I more would have said, Baker, get some boy band music on here.
Jamie, why are you always lying to our audience?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, I'm going back to the laboratory.
You didn't like it so much?
No, I don't. It's a little too aggressive.
It was too aggressive. It was pretty aggressive. I was trying to listen to the words because I like the words that you get to put together in those things. So
Yeah, it didn't really work. What about jazz? I don't play Swedish music. Please,
that's
everyone
jazz.
who has watched it, I've seen a few said, "Hey, I looked at it." Jamie looked at it as well. No spoilers. It looks a little interesting, I would say.
Yeah, I caught a few days of it, a few witnesses, but I don't know all that much. So
What it is a teenager, Raul Valle, um, shows up to a party or is at a party with other high schoolers, and um, someone from a different school is there. Something about some beers, a fight breaks out, and because people are weak these days, they bring stabulators, they bring hole punchers, and a kid ends up not being here anymore.
mhm.
We're gonna go through the first 2 days over the weekend because the case is off because of Juneteenth. So we will be catching up. Day 3 will be Monday. First day, I believe, is mostly investigators. Day 2, a lot of young people who were at the trial is there to testify. A kid who filmed part of the fight for his Instagram, I think it was, maybe his Snapchat, because that's what you should do when people are fighting. Pull out your
Mhm.
phone, not try to stop them.
Well, it puts the evidence out there, that's for sure. Then you can really see what happened.
I was like, how are we, those people that early? It's 8 a.m. It's like when you get in the car the next day and the radio's at 75%. That's why my radio automatically turns down to 20. Well, again, I started partying when I was 13. We never had, well, we did have a kid who stabulated another one, but that was with a fork, not a
A
stabulator.
four. Oh Lord.
Yeah, well, they didn't
I'm
have
just
stabulators. Stabulators were illegal. So one of them brought a fork and stabbed the other one in the leg with it.
thank God we didn't have cameras back in my days.
With every
That would
trial,
have
I become more and more glad I don't drink. Yeah, that's a good
sucked.
place.
Yeah.
Yes, I just did a short little recap, but we're going straight into opening arguments. I didn't do a deep dive on this one. I have no position about is it strong evidence, weak evidence. We're going to go like we normally do. Karen Reed was the anomaly. We are going to do the, oh, what's it like a jury? Did I
Mhm.
see the McAlberts? I didn't see because I saw they were up there, but some of it is region blocked, and I really hope that I can get to see all of that. Oh, thank you, Salas. Salas. That sounds African. That's today's society. Yeah. we had
Oh.
we had a guy who got really into the American History X thing. That's when I stopped fighting when I was drunk.
Today's
Did you know
society is something else.
Jemima 12 hours ago were like, "Oh, I'm glad we're not having a trial tomorrow. No days off."
Nah, we'd find something.
Yeah, that I'm sorry that I was trying it out. It's not good. Hey, Opal and Fleshfin,
Yeah,
Mr.
at least-
Valhalla.
Hi, Bahala.
Jamie, Opal, hope you had an awesome birthday.
It was something.
Did you get cheese?
Iris did send me some food. It was funny.
Some cheese?
Well, there was a pepperoni pizza panini. That was delicious.
Hmm.
That's about as close as I got to cheese.
Oh, interesting, Julia K. We'll figure it out. Second juror speaks out, Jesse Machado. Yeah, I've seen that, but I'm not gonna go in. I saw some other people instantly go in and let her have the thunder to begin with. I'll probably gonna do a rundown on the different interviews as much as I can find. Maybe over the weekend, do a video on it. But I'm kind of the type. If you watched me on the Expert last night, I like that where if someone else has thunder, you don't have to try and steal lightning. Let them have the views because they did the good job. Talking about doing the good job, you all love Bronco of the Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, 7:30 Eastern, Yannetti and Alessi will be joining Bronco of the Bailey. Must watch TV. Sadly, it'll be 1:30 my time, so I can't be watching it live. But everyone needs to go in there and watch Bronco tonight.
Some good
7:30
ones.
Eastern Standard. One of the mods, can you find a link to Bronco's channel and so everyone can go? Maybe do a little texty text so I can pin it. Thank you so much. So tonight, 7:30, there will be Yannetti and Alessi on Bronco of the Bailey.
Yeah. And if you haven't seen the Alan Jackson and Howie Carr, that was interesting.
I watched that this morning as well. Really, really good. He really let Bev have it.
He really let him have it.
Yeah.
He
And,
did it in like the nicest way possible too, because he wasn't getting too much, but we knew exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah. So just one of Ronkel's mods reached out to me and asked me if it was okay they put advertising forward in my general chat, and I said, well, normally I delete links, not because I don't like Ronkel or anything, but it's just so everyone doesn't come in and say, hey, my cousin has this channel with 2 viewers where he paints his own navel and make puppet theater. Can I share the link? So I told them I will be plugging Ronkel's show tonight. And I'm pinning the link. So if you wanna, if you're not all, you are already all sub to Ronkel, but both Yannetti and Alessi tonight. Hey,
Awesome.
anime. Who would have thought a cool guy from Denmark would have dropped Blame Proctor and it got picked up? Have I said that? What? Who? Yeah, Ronkel is. I like Ronkel because he's like me. He's that a little bit stone faced when we do something. Valhalla, I told you if he can get to 3 subs, you can share his link. And I'll just say a grown overweight man doing Little Red Riding Hood in stop motion with his navel. It's fascinating, but at the same time, oddly disturbing. I don't know what's wrong with Valhalla's family, but I think the family tree has too few branches.
They sound like a good time.
Shax, after Valhalla's cousin.
Oh God. Enough with the bellies, people. Stop talking about navels.
Thank you, King Bob's Queen, for gifting Opal Gypsy a membership. He now has the Zoo Bird.
Hey. That's true, Marissa. Proctor ate a lot of ham sandwiches in the last year.
Yeah, he got fat. I'm not saying I'm an Adonis, but this took me 47, 48. How old am I? What year is it? It took me a long time to get this fat. He did it in 6 months.
Well, he's eating his feelings.
Yeah. Well, Chris, we're glad to have you as long as you can.
Yeah.
But Jamie, let's do it to it. Let's get back to a new trial. Let's get the rust
so
kicked
weird.
off the bucket.
I know. It's so weird to like have something new.
3 months spent on the same thing is a long time.
It is.
Please watch your step. Please remain standing as you enter the witness box. Pay attention to Madam Clerk, who will be putting you under oath. Thank you.
What? Where's the opening statements? There's no opening statements?
Actually, I was looking for those too, and I don't think they fit them.
Oh, so no opening statements.
Last name is BLACKWELL.
She reads like the jury instructions and then gets right into.
Currently don't have a-
Yeah, I skipped the jury instructions.
Address would be 150 Court Street in New Haven, Connecticut.
'Cause I was
Oh,
looking
thank
for
you, John Sweeney. They don't do them in
Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Kentucky.
Good mind just keeping your voice up? It's a little loud in here with the AC, okay?
No problem.
Can you please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
Yep, so
I'm glad to hear that, Christine. Were they missing? Opening statements are not allowed in Connecticut. Interesting. Interesting. I like that because the jury can then vote only on the evidence presented.
That is super interesting.
Yeah, Kentucky, Connecticut. It's
Connecticut. No, it's not.
currently I'm employed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm awaiting to go on my training to become a special agent in about 2 months. I've been employed by them for about a month. Prior to that, I was a police officer.
well. Thank Denise anyway. Maybe she was just telepathically sending a membership. Thank you, Atheist, and $20. Does court get national attention over there? If so, what was the last one? In Denmark, right now we have a 17-year-old kid who unalived his 13-year-old girlfriend. That's getting a lot of attention. We have 3 kids who did like a gay sting operation where they went on dating apps and set up gay people and then beat them up when they showed up to thought that they were going on a date. That's getting a lot of attention, but because we don't have video coverage, it's very dependent on the case. If the newspaper is going to waste people going to court, most of the cases I cover doesn't really get anything. The last thing in my city that got attention was like do you call them drug rings, where you have like a network? We call them drug rings, where they busted one of those and got some of the higher ups. So different cases. I covered 2 Danish cases, but it's hard because you don't have the videos, you don't have the pictures. So I was trying to do it, and it's really hard. Especially back then, I was really bad at photoshopping. I'm officially unfollowing Krusty. Her cope is so cringe. Don't do that. She needs to follow us. Caffey Daffy went full mental yesterday while I was on with the expert.
What'd she say?
Can you? How much more confusing it had been if Massachusetts didn't allow opening statements? You're talking to the wrong person, because I hate opening statements. I hate closing statements. I want a case based on the evidence. That's so. I don't believe it should ever be allowed. You can summarize what you have presented, but you shouldn't tell the jury how they should see the evidence. That's up to the jury. So, but again, I do it for 4 years at a time, so I'm kind of used to it. 12 randos walking off the street might need a little help, but I'm against opening and closing statements because they have nothing to do with the law. Well, it's for the state to present their case and what they're going to show them. I don't care. They're going to bring up Johnny here from Homeland Security. He's going to give his testimony. You're going to get Bill from the police office. He's going to give his testimony. Get on with it. That's my opinion, and I say it all the time, and I get flack for it because I don't understand how important it is, and it's the law, and yeah, but I don't care. I think you should prove your case. You shouldn't sway the audience on the last day. To me, that's a really big problem, because if you have a bad talker of a lawyer, but a great lawyer to bring out stuff from witnesses, you can lose your case even though you have the merits on it.
For the Shelton Police Department for about 4 years.
And when you were a police officer, did you have any training that you had to go through to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the Milford Police Academy for about 8 months in 2021.
And
Division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Maria, but Jamie and I are always doing something. So we are glad to keep you company while you are a little under the weather. Hope everything's fine.
Aw. Yeah, hope you're doing
They
good.
do allow closings, it's just not opening. Interesting. Yeah, again, StreamYard is having connectivity problems. It's not me. The same thing happened yesterday. I was on with the expert. At some point, he just sat still for a minute. I thought, normally he moves a little bit. So the host on the StreamYard has problems connecting through StreamYard, because Mo and Valhalla didn't have the problem. So I'm sorry. I can't do anything. It's not my communist internet. It's not my dial-up modem. It's not the letter pigeon, carrier pigeon. That's wrong. StreamYard is having hiccups. They're probably implementing new fun things that we can use instead of just making sure that we can stream.
Area of Shelton.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so around 11:53 p.m. that night, dispatch reported that there was multiple stabbing victims at the address of 43 Lower Glen Drive. I immediately responded to the area and arrived to the area of the scene in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Your
Is
Honor,
it low?
There's an objection. We have some exhibits that have been pre-marked. Maybe asking to be made full exhibits at this time.
His volume is a little bit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Have they been
I'm
marked?
going to boost it a little bit because I have mine at the normal.
Your Honor, I have reviewed these in advance.
All right, give me one moment. Once they're marked. Yes, what number has that been? Thank you.
I don't know what version of Streamware you think I'm using, but it's not the freeware.
Attorney Smith, you've had an opportunity to review exhibits 1 through 9.
I boosted it
Thank you.
4 times, so it should be a little better now.
Thank you. The evidence states exhibits 1 through 9.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Blackwell, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 as a full exhibit. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you responded to in State's Exhibit 1?
Yep. So when I initially was going to the call, I turned on to Adams Drive here, and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
And just for the benefit of the record, is 43 Laurel Glen located where that red mark is on top of, in the middle of States 1?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, what was the scene like?
It was chaotic. As you can imagine, a large group of juveniles, pandemonium. I would describe it as that.
I think it's coming back some places. It shouldn't, but it is.
Yes.
Around what time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of lights on the house, as well as a ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 2. That's marked as a full exhibit.
What are we doing?
Can you see that?
Yes.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the 15th of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this States 2 kind of show the area, what it was like, absent the individuals on the front lawn?
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight on the 15th, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in States 2?
Yes. So when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence.
Teenagers stabulating each other at a party. I think the reason why he did the Ryan Johnson filming is because that TV is just over by the jury, so he has to do it not to catch the jury on screen.
Yeah.
And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
I'm going to show you States 5. This is a daylight picture that was taken, obviously, at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
Okay. And the area that you responded, you see this green area here pointing to the middle section.
Yeah,
of the
none of
grass
this is
area.
real.
Looks like there's some
You don't use this in
items
a case.
located just to the right of the basketball hoop, and just below the red bush area here. Is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
Yep. So a few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive. He was standing. He was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed what appeared to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. Then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg. At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention best I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yes. So
Hey, Michelle.
for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage, and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage, and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to being on the leg.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. This is Mark's full exhibit. Again, this is the area that you responded to that night.
Yes.
Okay. And you see there's like a blue T-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of State 6.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the fourth individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the fourth individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yeah. So when I identified the fourth victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a T-shirt, and me as well as them, we were assisting in just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS
Hey,
arrived.
Lefty.
And were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood lost.
And how long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time. As
And
you know.
at the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
Just want to go through these exhibits a little bit. Stage 3.
Marissa, I know this will come as a shock to you Yanks. In my house, I have what's called a coffee maker. It can make you a nice cup of coffee. I also have what's called a stove. It has 4 magical places where heat comes out of, and you can place what's called a pan on it. I have a thing, again, you Yanks are a little behind. It's called a fridge. In that I have eggs. And I can make myself scrambled eggs and coffee. It's join the rest of us with indoor plumbing and electricity. You don't need Duncan. You don't need Wawa. You can do this. You are a strong, independent woman, sis.
Oh my lord.
And by the way, chat over on the experts yesterday said, "Oh yeah, Marissa should invite Plevin and Krusty on."
Oh god. That'd be a train wreck.
It's not morning, Marissa. It's 9 o'clock.
Maybe
Morning
she had something to do
stops.
and just wanted to stop there to get breakfast.
She just wanted to be easy. She wanted to drive in and say, "Hey, can I get a cup of chocolate macalata with 4 pumps of extra vanilla and some whipped cream?" You know what I mean. And then she just wanted her
I hope she.
scrambled eggs.
I hope that's her order and then how she says it. Whipped cream. You know what I mean?
It is.
Oh my god, it's my favorite thing ever.
You were in chat. They all said that I should have Plevin on.
We said
Maybe he can
don't
come and
put yourself
review my
through
book.
that.
Oh, I had a new book yesterday. He can come and review it. Not based on anyone we know, even though they're named Plevin, Krusty, and Caffy Daffy. I need a beef fish mug and a broken bacon mug. My birthday is next month. Hint, hint. Listen, I need to do another giveaway. Yeah, I'm trying to get them into the modern age. Do you know we have televisions and stuff like that?
Oh my lord.
You have to talk slower to the drive-through guys on the island. They're in high school. hey, give me some of that banger calf, and I need a few of the extra strong vanilla. More sugar, please. Briz it up with some cream. You know what I mean.
Riz it up.
Yeah, it's actually 3:30 my time.
They get
Yes,
it all jazzed
if you
up,
look
guys.
at the top of the chat, there's a link. I promoted it 10 minutes ago, and I will be doing it during the day because everyone should see it.
It's gonna be
You
exciting.
need what Val said. I was born broken merch. Yeah, I have a lot of merch. It's not. I have more merch than I sell. There's Brandon.
A
He
lot of
understands
ideas,
this is a
guys.
Jersey problem. Jamie pushed them down the stairs, so yeah. Hey, Ginger.
Has he been around? Did he make it?
I haven't
Maybe.
seen him since last night on the Experts
Okay.
channel.
Wasn't
This is
me.
Another angle looking towards the street of Laurel Glen.
You were
Am I
home
right? Does that
in bed.
Reflect what the area looked
Yep.
like, minus maybe the headlights of the cruiser there.
Yes.
And again, stage 4, another angle of 43 Laurel Glen in the area where you responded to. Is this an accurate depiction of what that area looked like?
Yes.
And 6, stage 6, again, this is just another perspective of that area on or about May 15th of 2022.
Well,
Yes.
And again,
Jamie handles her problems.
closer up perspective of
Effectively.
the area where you responded to and found 4 individuals suffering from stab wounds at that time, excuse me.
Yes.
And again, stage 9, this is the area from the left side of 43 Laurel Glen, the area you responded to.
Yes.
Now, after police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
No, at the time, I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
And during your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual at that point?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
Now, when the individuals were starting to be transported, well, withdrawn,
That'll be 7:30 Eastern Standard Time.
at some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
And did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your
We don't know much either. We don't do the deep dive. This guy came to a party where there was a lot of young people. 3 of them had holes in them from a stabulator. It's a 17-year-old kid that's being tried for stabulating other people at a high school party.
responsibility at that point?
At
Only
that point
one
was
20
to
kid, but
secure
3
the rest
kid.
of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there so then we can begin interviews.
And did you in fact begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received from those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the detective bureau.
And did the detective bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
And at that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No,
Why not?
they were not issued to us yet.
And at some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
So do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department, in fact, had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had 1 body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in
Good
relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
Now, how long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene for?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
At some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
And based on your witness interviews, at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the Detective Bureau as well?
Yes.
They may have moment.
So one of them fled the scene. Hey, that's
Sounds like
Your
they're
Honor,
all
100% more than
Attorney
Massachusetts.
Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
That might come back, but not today.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm awaiting to go to my training.
Okay. And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
Okay. But you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
Gotcha. You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on the areas that we patrol. So once or twice a week, I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your
Yes.
car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road?
On the road.
I couldn't say I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with the street. There's street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes.
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park there at the house. You parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. When I initially got no.
When you say initially, no. At some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on in the night.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
I can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor? What are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Objection as to possibly. I mean,
Overruled.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
And do you think it's possible that there were, in fact, more than the 30 that you saw? Were others in the house?
objection.
Sustained.
Possible. Yes.
Has that be stricken?
The objection was sustained. I'll move to strike. Ladies and gentlemen, striking the response. So you're not to consider that as evidence. Thank you. Attorney Smith.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
juveniles?
No, it's to collect
us that point you
the
did not
evidence
clear
from the
house, correct?
stipulation.
Correct.
Did there come a time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe so.
How many people would you say?
I cannot tell you.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
So about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
And you told us that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more. Correct. Yeah. Around.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
Yes.
But you may have spoken to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people have made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to were involved in that fight?
Yes.
When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did Did you take any notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad, as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
You're shown here on the Elmo some photographs from the scene. Just want to take a look at those. Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 3. That's a full exhibit. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And in this photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes,
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all used to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now.
Defense dementia.
The state's Exhibit 9. See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene.
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
I do not know.
I think he just
Showing you
went
now
to the
the
kids.
State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, Officer Blackwell?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway,
As the previous picture,
as in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
Sure. You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
You see those same vehicles there?
Two of them, yes.
Can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape? Did you put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
I'm showing you now what is State's Exhibit 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
Yes.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
Correct.
No tape used in the street. Would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any tape to secure any of the vehicles that were parked there on the road on either side?
I did not.
I am showing you now State's Exhibit 4. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You see any tape that's in the...
No, apparently one tourniquet, but three kids
just on
with
the
holes
basketball
in them.
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree?
None of your business. Just because they didn't use Jiffy Lube bags and red Solo cup, and they could get yellow tape to stay up, doesn't mean that it was a bad investigation. I know you come to expect the highest of high from the police department after watching Karen Reed, but this is actually what some police departments do. I know it's not the high Canton standards, but this is what some of them will do.
Agree, sir, that vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all, can you?
No.
Nothing further.
Attorney Durso.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, very good. So witness may step down. Thank you. Attorney Durso, I think this is a good time to take the morning recess, okay? So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I did indicate that we would be having a morning recess as well as an afternoon recess. So we are going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. And we'll
We don't care because we'll just skip it to skip.
Egan, E-G-A-N. My place of business is Echo Hose Ambulance, 100 Meadow Street, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484.
thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
He looks like he collects Cabbage Patch dolls.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
We can
And
find a
as a
microphone.
paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up. And if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. A paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED.
Yeah,
versus
exactly,
EMTs.
flash fan.
What is that?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider. And that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in instances where an AED would be used?
Paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor, and the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it. And the paramedic would make the decision to, if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated, the paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Now, were you working back on May?
Technically, good eftermiddag. It's not evening till in an hour and 17 minutes. Evening starts at 5 p.m. Afternoon starts at 1 p.m., goes to 5 p.m. Then you go into evenings from 5 p.m. till 10 p.m. And then it's either late evening or night. Then you'll have morning. Morning is from 6 to 9 a.m. Then you have before noon, which is from 9 till 12. 12 to 1 is midday. And then you have afternoon from 1 till 5 again. Yes, we have all these distinctions in Denmark. And it's very important you know what to say. I don't know what any of it is. Well, it happens a lot. But you're old, so your evenings...
15th of 2022.
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time
And where were you an EMT?
at Echo Jose Ambulance in Shelton.
And EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And what shift were you working then?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th?
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
And you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next
6 p.m. the next day. Yeah,
day?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded? That just for the record, the red dot there is 43 Laurel Glen?
That is, yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you please just, actually, withdrawn. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Again, is this the house that you responded to that night?
That is.
On a report of medical, somebody needed medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there on what time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
Okay. So for all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
So when you got there, can you describe to the
It happens a lot. Yeah, I could probably have cases where young people are unalived every week. It happens a lot. And where young people unalive people. Sad, but true.
on this jury what the scene was like?
Sure. So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe one or
When I was a kid, we always ate dinner at 5, but that's because my mom worked evenings and my dad was an EMT, so he got off work at 3, came home, my mom left at 3, and because we had 4 kids and he needed them to bed before evening news at 7, we got dinner at 5, showered by 6, and was in bed by 7. No, I don't. I actually have fifis, and they are hurt now. Bleeding raw fifis. I don't feel much better, but yeah.
2 units, I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residents to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was, possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5.
Sure.
This is a daylight picture essentially the same area.
Yes.
Can you use States 5 to kind of describe what you did?
Yeah, so there's that red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree. We found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good.
Question, Jamie. Supine means on his back, so he was lying on his back on his back.
Yes.
So either you just say he was lying on his back or he was lying supine.
Why?
It's the same with people who said, I drove the car, I backed up the car backwards. You can't back up the car forwards. It doesn't make sense, Jamie. Stop saying stuff like that. He was either supine or he was lying on his back.
Oh my God. This guy loves terminology. He
Yeah.
wants to throw it all out there.
Yeah, because he's only an EMT. He's not a real first responder. So he uses all the verbiage to sound like he did the long job.
Mhm.
Maybe he was defining the word for the jury. Yeah, but then just say he was lying on his back. Don't use supine. You shut up, Tim. Same as people saying, I have self-reflected on myself. Yeah.
I've self-reflected on myself.
What do you
That
call
could
it when
mean a
they are
lot of
lying
things,
on
right?
What?
Nothing. I was
I didn't
making
hear
it
it.
dirty. I self-reflected on myself.
Yeah, I went into my refectory. What do you call it when they're lying on their front? They are. What is it? On their
What is
position?
it? It's supine and is it opine? No, that's opine about something. What's the other one?
Face down. Hmm.
Yeah, just say face down.
Quit being redundant. Yeah. Well, Paula, I missed you too. Oh yeah, and yes, I know Dateline has the McAlberts on. They, I didn't go out there because I was not a Camden cop, but you didn't hear it, you fat fuck. That's what you said in the first. No, that's I don't look up police officers Cyprus, and you can see doggy style in that video. Don't Google that. Two police officers was just filmed banging in a police car while they were on the job. So if I go to bed and tell my husband to supine, he doesn't understand. He misses out. Yes. Proctor should have been on Dateline. I don't know if it was shown. We don't have Dateline in Denmark.
Sign.
Yeah.
We immediately check for in times like that for triage. We immediately check for a pulse, which he had a very weak, thready pulse, which is not a bad sign. And he did not look well. You can look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. So we did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood, and we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
So you mentioned triage. What is triage? Can you just explain?
Yeah, of course. So triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient. Unfortunately, you're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now, someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
So on the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very, very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
In this case, I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. So I don't think it did anything.
So when he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
So when someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witness arrest, you want to get the AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us, because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had two bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR. Because at this point, my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him, and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
Now, when it was no shock advised, what does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock: ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. Fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia.
Thank you, Holly.
Sorry. Ventricular tachycardia. And
If you check the pinned message, I put it in the pinned message because I know everyone will be coming in today and say, hey, breaking news. I have mentioned it a couple of times and will be mentioning it a couple of times too.
sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
An echo hose is a hose that has 2 barrels, so you can get an echo in there. Hey, Miami. Echo hose is the ambulance
Ventricular
service.
fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only 2 rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AD, you received that information. What, if anything?
I talked to one of his mods earlier today and promised that I would be promoting it. So, but it's just because you are number 4 that has noticed it. But everyone must see that interview tonight. Believe you me, I am bookmarking whatever I jump around. No, his name is Egan Paramedic.
What steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions, 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to scan, clear, and analyze. It will analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
Now, what was the scene like around you when this was going on? Do you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah. So it was as I mentioned before, it's pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming. A lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then, that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark. But I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe there was. I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well. That are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
And looking at this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 5. Was
No,
your ambulance
ECAN.
parked somewhere in the area of this on the street here?
It was, yeah. If you look at that reddish tree, I'd say we were just past that.
Okay. Now pass it to the right.
To the right.
I don't know how Ronkel structures his shows. He might do the only certain amounts are up. He might do the no super chats till the end of the show. He might do the I will do whatever I can if something interesting comes up. But you should all go watch it anyway. No matter how he does it, it will be done in a great way. Ronkel is one of the best interviewers out there in the LawTube world because he is very quiet and very surgeon-like to get to the point. He's not as scatterbrained as I am. So it'll be great interviews because Ronkel is just really good at that, and I bet you he will get a lot of great answers everyone has been waiting for. How and he does it and how he will do it. I'm not privy to Ian's ruminations, but it will be great. He said people could send them ahead of time, and he may or may not ask them. Yeah, and that's the thing, because it also depends. I've had these different panel shows, and sometimes it's a little slow. You can get a few more questions, and sometimes you just have, like when I had Nan on, she can talk a storm. So it's really hard to find that time to ask a question. So it will be amazing streaming no matter how he does it.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure he only has them for a certain amount of time and you want to get everything you can out of it.
Yeah, and he might have some great questions that the chat. That's another thing. A lot of times you kind of have a build, and the chat just want to go to the end, and you want to kind of build the interview. So yeah, it's going to be great.
Okay. And with regards to stage 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to in stage 5?
Yeah, so there's a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that, I'm pointing to what appears to be the lower right-hand corner of the grass area where there is white, looks like maybe gauze pads or debris or medical material.
All right, thank you. Attorney Durso, the record shall reflect that. Thank you.
Now, you said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called Valle EMS, and they are out of Seymour. So anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
And when that parent, do you know the name of that individual?
Jeff McKee.
And when Jeff responded to the scene, were you present when withdrawn? When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done, and then he assumes primary patient care.
And when you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Okay. And who went with you with Ron? Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay. And what hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner.
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
And what is the protocol when you withdrawn? How long would you say it took to get from?
Aiden has been very generous with his shout-outs to me, and I love that he absolutely lost his mind about Hank yesterday. I don't think he took a breath for 5 minutes. He was just yelling, and we will up the coverage of Turtle Boy's case. We haven't done much on it because I didn't want to conflict, because there was so much, oh, you're sucking Turtle Boy's dick when I covered Karen Reed. And I wasn't at that time. That 7-11.
I wasn't at that time.
I was drunk. He was drunk. It was magical. No, yeah, now someone's going to clip that. It was a joke. But everyone was always saying, oh, you get your marching orders from Turtle Boy. That's why I haven't covered his trials that much. But I might try and get into the Zoom calls and stuff like that from now on.
Yeah.
I believe the 27th is the next one.
43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital.
I can't recall the exact time. If I don't want to guess. I can't give you. It's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights?
We did.
Sirens?
Mm-hmm.
And okay. And when you get to the hospital, any given patient that you deliver to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off to the hospital?
Yeah, so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the
I
patient.
heard that like
the
something
acuity.
else starting with a hand. The nurse give you.
The hand job.
I've been hanging out with Mo for too long.
Mhm.
No, Jamie's pushed him down the stairs yesterday, so Brandon is sadly out of commission today.
He tripped. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the expert finally figured out 1776 was for nothing. He had an English muffin today and found out he likes those more than he loves biscuits.
He likes English muffins better than biscuits?
Yeah.
Really? We need to discuss
I'm just
this.
saying Paul Revere wasted that right. George Washington snuck across the Delaware and cheated in war for nothing. Ben Franklin made your country and invented electricity for nothing. Even the expert has turned British.
Mm.
He's now a Southern redcoat. Of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room, where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what if anything, did you do in relation to this case?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. How are
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
Just a little guy.
You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm
Egan.
sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
So I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll do
for
my
us. I just
best.
want to go over things,
Sure.
okay? You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with, maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to decog?
Decontaminate.
Decon.
Yep.
Decontaminate.
Oh.
Thank you. All right.
I heard something different.
So
Yeah.
you were telling
You don't
us,
want to be
Mr. Egan,
decocked with it when you're getting a
that
hand
you
job.
arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mhm.
Yelling obscenities, correct?
Mhm.
And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients.
We are watching a case out of Connecticut where this guy arrived at the scene, was starting treatment on one kid who then almost instantly passed away, and 3 other had punctures to them because someone stabulated them. We are here to find out if Raul Valle is the guy who put those holes in them. Yeah, but you feel good now, right? I feel good. The expert will now fly the Union Jack.
Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in
Good
the chart. I
morning,
believe
Brandon.
Sophia might have
You
written
didn't get him, Jamie.
addendum after she went and triaged,
So
but I did not
okay.
encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter any standing patients. You
No.
encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to the person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, here's the first one he came across. So we do a rapid scan. And then, yeah, after we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them. And then I began working the.
We didn't hear opening statements, so we don't know anything. We just know that someone got stabulated.
Doing, the AED CPR.
I have a feeling it's going that
Any
way.
indication
But yeah.
that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened. No, I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled like at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up. He's blanking, dying, things like that.
Okay.
I forgot to buy beer. I will be having to do a Malort again today instead of beer. Sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was told that by Flash Fan. I didn't know that, but interesting.
I didn't even.
Because I'm not a fan of opening and closing statements.
And yet
I
they
like
were still
closing,
difficult
but
for you to get to the
opening,
patients.
Yeah, because it was very chaotic. So people tend to situations like this, people tend to move in on the patient. So you have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that red bush is on the
Yeah.
exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway.
I can't remember if there were cars parked like directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patients.
Yes, yep.
And when you got to this patient that you have described to us, rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
Gotcha. And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to this?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
So you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your
Of course you
ability.
did,
Yes, sir.
Danny.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You said, did you say no?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step. Thank you. It's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State we call Jeff McKee.
Please enter the witness box. Please.
You solemnly swear or solemnly nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sure, Jeffrey McKee, MCKEE is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years. And prior to that, I was the EMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
Did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what does a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways,
Oh,
and
they
give
get it.
a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long
Does
have you
look
been?
like it though.
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was,
In what capacity?
as a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to states one, where that red mark is right behind you on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to?
Marissa still is a little bit uppity and doesn't want to invite him on. I think Brandon needs to take a chat. If he's going to be mod of the year, he needs to get Marissa to get into it. But she's just going to threaten him with another beagle.
On that night.
Yes, it is.
Around what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So I mean, it's lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to stage 5. It's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in stage 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
So just so we know we're on the same page, I'm pointing to, for the record, you're on the right side on the grass area where there appears to be medical material in stage 5. Is that where you?
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor. And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around, and that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed to.
So were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
Sure. So I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR.
Now Marissa won't do it. I did it on the Twit Twat.
What? Oh my Lord. Geez, oh Pete, you really want to put yourself through that again? Do you think like anything has changed since?
Well, he doesn't believe that there was plans on the jury. He doesn't believe that. Well, I think he believes they bought them. I'm not sure. I want to find out. Yes,
Okay.
today's shirt is sponsored by FD Food Ferry and the fire departments of Chicago. Well, apparently he must have unblocked me because I can tag him. No, he still blocked me, but because he follows me, I can tag him on Twitter. Oh,
You're
fucking
so
idiot.
proud of yourself. Goodness gracious.
He's such an idiot. But again, why follow me when you block me, you wimp?
You hurt his beefies. Expert, don't be an enabler.
Expert will be here to be a moderator. Make sure it doesn't go out of hand. On Fridays, we do arms, because if you want a petite mammy giving you a head while making animal noises behind the shed, your arms be effing swole. Yeah, Jen McCabe, say those horse noises. I'll block you from going in the front door and steer you towards the back. Thank you, Brandon. It's not my birthday, but I'll do it.
No. Baker.
Oh, you can. Oh, I thought, because I couldn't do that the other day with John DePietro.
Oh, well, well, maybe he'll see it still.
I changed it to mommy. I knew what you meant. Well, maybe
And
someone who
connected them to my
who
cardiac
knows him.
monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed.
Mhm.
Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating in top of the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. I observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there's direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
And when you medically, when you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there's a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Why did you withdraw? Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Okay, and why did you determine that?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival, that had been lost. So it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest. So there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a
Backward.
put them in the back of the ambulance and transport them to the hospital?
Yeah.
What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well. So I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg, where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
So you're in the back of the ambulance?
Yep.
Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication
Yes.
in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available.
Because he's a paramedic, not an EMT. It's the same procedure they used on John to get him against his to try and combat hypothermia. Expert didn't answer my question. Have you met the expert? He doesn't even know who you are if you don't talk directly to him. That guy has squirrels for companions.
To obtain IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, how does that get into does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this
I
point?
provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving a heart type of heart rhythm?
It was not.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
Now, when
Steve
you
Greedy.
initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw?
No, when I got to the patient, they did not.
And from the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
And how long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And could you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital, advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room, and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate. And I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there. And then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed, and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did a final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance and through the ED with the ED staff taking.
We don't know if the defendant did it, but there was 4 with new holes in them.
No
over CPR.
I have no further questions.
Yes,
Attorney
but
Smith, you can
they
do it.
can't
Excuse me,
declare
pause.
them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee.
Afternoon.
Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair to
Yes.
say? People screaming.
Yes, crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Okay. Path was cleared for you at that point.
Yes,
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene.
yes,
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
yes,
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did
I
you?
did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes,
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
yes,
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
There will be video shown later, but we're doing the normal. We've been in a Karen Reed case where they did everything out of order. We're going to do the build up normally, the professionals first, and then we're going into a lot of high schoolers who were at the scene.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty, the roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes,
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes,
And some heart activity, correct?
yes,
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which meant that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital,
That
correct?
is why. Yeah.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians,
I
correct?
did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene.
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may answer them. It's not
Thank you.
jail side. Thank you. Certainly.
I don't think it's digital. I only think it's 100 feet in real
So,
life.
ladies and gentlemen, seated in the gallery, as well as anyone watching live stream, it's been brought to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be from the office of the chief medical examiner. Sensitive and/or graphic material may be discussed and/or displayed in terms of the evidentiary portion of this testimony. So at this point in time, I would ask you to use your own discretion as to whether or not you would like to remove yourself from the proceedings or turn away from the live streaming. Thank you.
Well, that's nice
All right,
of
this time
her.
That's why we're here.
Go ahead and call its next witness.
No, but I like she's like calling it out.
Standing,
But
not appropriate
hey.
to interrupt. Thank you.
It's the same when people during the Karen Reed case were like, "Hey, why are you sharing insensitive? I think is the word, not unsensitive, because that's not a word. Why are you sharing those pictures in a document folder? That's evidence in the Karen Reed, because it's a red rum case.
yeah,
Most red rum cases are not pretty. You choose to go into a room to look at evidence, you will see bad stuff. And I don't think this court allows minors on. So
well, yeah, and if
proceed with your own caution.
Yep.
But it's a part of life. It's part of the evidence, and I think most people are grown up enough to say, "Oh, the Emmy is coming." Probably not gonna watch this next part, but I don't show it on the screen if there's a lot of blood, so don't worry.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall
I
Nonsense.
just like that the judge made a statement about it. That was interesting.
I do.
Yeah, I don't.
state your full name, spelling your last name, as well as your business address for the record?
The family's there. They should see it.
GILL, 11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gale. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
It's no
Dr. Gale, where do
minor.
you currently work?
I work at the office of the Chief
Mine
Medical
no.
Examiner in Farmington.
And for how long have you been with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Since July of 2013.
And what is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as
We're
well
gonna
as the experience that
skip all of that.
And profile. She also
Yeah,
finds tips
that's
from
very bad.
technology, deals with the investigation of sudden exam yesterday,
And can you approximate how many times you any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
Yes,
And did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
yes, I did.
Someone was buried. Obviously, this judge has grave concerns. Jamie, can you bring out the cricket?
I wish I could open the window just for Zach, but I will not.
You know that
We're
thing
on
where
a-
you
We're on a heat watch this week, so I'm keeping those windows shut.
that thing where when you break up with someone, then 3 months later you're thinking, oh, he wasn't that bad. Zach haven't been around much on during the Karen Reed trial because he watched it at Plevin's place, and yeah, you got that feeling, thinking, "Oh, I wish Zach was here." And then he totally redeems himself by showing, "Nope, didn't miss him that much."
It was funny that he was hanging out over at Plevin.
Yeah, he likes Plevin. He said the way his screen is set up makes it easier for him to watch because there's not enough going on this screen.
I like that he just sat in a recliner, like he was always in like.
Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Why is he yelling into his microphone? Why does he have it up to his mouth? And why was all the dogs on the left side of his screen?
I don't know. I just pulled it up one time to peek at him, and he's like in some lazy boy, all in this weird position with his little microphone. I'm like, sir.
I need to find someone who understands mental health, and then I'm gonna analyze his setup. You can't handle the heat. She's from Midwest. If she gets just pepper jack cheese, it burns.
Whatever. I love pepper jack. It's supposed to be like 90. That's a lot.
Would you say this judge is better than the Brooks judge? I watched the Brooks judge in another case. I hate her. She's horrible.
She's the worst. She talks too much.
She talks she talks more than your girlfriend when you're watching a movie. Imagine having her as a girlfriend. Who's that blonde? When I state blonde, I have to actually correct the record. It could be a dye job. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I can see her roots. So when I made the statement, I have to go back to hairdressers V. Vidal Sassoon and implement a ruling saying I assume she's a blonde, but I'm not sure. It's the girlfriend. Oh, I didn't get that.
Yeah.
So who's she the girlfriend of? Well, I said girlfriend. Do we know if it's common law marriage? How long have they been? Everything was just, I'm going to talk for an hour with that lady.
Mm-hmm.
I can't watch anything gory, but can't watch anyone. I can watch anything gory, but can't watch anyone vomiting. No, I'm a sympathetic vomiter as well, Spire, so I'm not good at that. Just the smell
I'm not
alone.
good with that either.
No, that's...
We haven't really seen much of this judge, so I can't tell right now how I feel about her.
I'm always glad Zach's around.
Wow.
Never seen a good female judge. Wasn't the Rentala judge female? She was pretty good.
Mm-mm. It was a guy.
I've seen some. I'll give Potter judge a D-. That was the taser case. I can't remember her. Hellraising, you missed about an hour and a half. Well, hello, awesome. Thank you for joining us and watching it with us.
Yeah. We haven't been through much yet. It's just been the police
The
officers.
first responders at the scene. It used to be bookers for me. If I saw a booker, I'd lose my cookies. But then I had a child. It's part of everyday life at this point. Yeah. When Baby Baker pukes on me, as he does every time I see him, it's just, yeah, that's fine. But if I'm out drinking and someone pukes, nope. Well, I have a gag reflex because I'm not as trained as you are, Zach. What about Judge Judy? I never watched much of her. Judge A and Deb, we heard, was my favorite. She was good. She was actually good. Jude Curio, 20 months. Always lurking, always looking. Well, thank you, Jude.
Did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that?
Judge Boyd.
Yes.
And which reports would that be?
Those would include
Oh,
the
it's one of those.
toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes.
And are photographs always taken during forensic examinations or withdrawn post-mortem examinations?
It's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Oh,
Now,
interesting.
did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was
She was way too weak, and she likes to talk way too much. Her big problem was she couldn't make a decision because she should just have thrown him out. She gave him way too many chances to ruin the case. But it's for appeals. No, it wasn't for appeals. She could easily have thrown Brooks out. Read him the riot acts saying v Minnesota versus, I can't remember, 203, whatever it is she always mentioned. This is your last warning, and then just chuck him out of the courtroom. She allowed him to ruin it. And when she said, "You're scaring me," I lost a lot of respect for her. I liked her in the beginning because she was fighting him, but then she just became a pushover. He was allowed way too much wiggle room. Yeah, I can understand. Yeah. An hour and a half behind. Can you catch me up? Yes. This is the ME. We have had the first responding officer who observed some people standing around a grass area. Then we had the EMT who arrived, put a chest shield on a kid that had a hole around his nipple. Then we had the medic. Then the EMT tested him, and he had no pulse, so they moved on. And then we had the paramedic who arrived later and said, "Well, this kid had a hole in his chest and was dead." They tried to revive him, but couldn't do anything. That's what we have gotten. Now we're getting into the autopsy.
Dr. Jones.
And to your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
And
What's misogynistic? Her talking too much? No, it's not because of her gender. She just talked way too much. And a judge should be. I don't care what gender a judge has. I like the judge, and I didn't know that about the sidebars and the AH. I really liked her. Thought she was doing well. But I thought Judge Darrow had a massive problem that she liked to talk way too much. And I haven't seen any judge, male, female, black, white, polka dot, who does the same as she did. And then people will say, well, it's because she was afraid of Brooks's appeals. No, we watched the Vicene case. She was exactly the same way. She came back, said, at sidebar, I said, and then she would go into 30 minutes of describing what rules she was using, what things she was saying. Horrible, horrible. wasted so much time in a trial. All of that. Bev, she didn't say anything. That's too little. And again, that's not because she's a woman. Again, it's because she's a bad judge. But you need that golden middle. Kind of like the case we watched while on Verdict Watch. I like that judge because he said why he sustained or denied the objections. I like a judge that does that. I like the judge in the Atlanta case as well, because they were really good at very concise telling you why they made a ruling. And it has nothing to do with gender. It has something to do about your style. If a man does the same, I'll be just as critical. No misogyny on this channel. I'm probably a little too fond of the ladies. Not everything when you're critical of a female is because of misogyny. I actually see them equally, and I'll judge them equally. I don't give them any benefit of being female or any the opposite of benefit of being female. I just think Judge Darrow talks way too much, especially when she did it in the Valle case where there was no possibility for parole that she had to get ahead of.
Why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
And to your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
And how do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Certainly.
May I approach Attorney Smith?
Yes, you may.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. First witness.
Yes, you may.
It's misandry. Misogyny is men not liking women for being women. Misandry is women believing that men are inferior. I don't believe anyone is better than anyone else because of their gender, but because of their actions. That's why I don't like Zach, because he has this weird action he always does, and I don't like it. I've told him many times, do it counterclockwise.
What number is this?
I'm sorry. It's okay. Stage 10, right?
Thank you.
Dr. Gillum,
The Rittenhouse judge, I liked him in the Rittenhouse case, and then he had the Zach Anderson case, and that guy should have stopped being a judge
Oh,
way
yeah.
before. Him sitting and watching Recovery Addict, everyone should be watching Recovery Addict. He's a great streamer, but don't do it while you are presiding over a case.
It was marked as stage 10 for any purpose. Only this point. You recognize this document?
I didn't cover Judge Summer because I wasn't on the Baldwin trial, but they talk about a badass judge. Kicking the prosecution straight in the mouth. I like that. That's how her and Judge Borowski is probably my two favorite judges because they were absolutely no nonsense judges. Sadly, Judge Borowski is in traffic court now because some people didn't like his attitude. I love that guy. We need more judges like that.
Yeah, he didn't give a crap. He called you out every time.
Yeah, I like that. But yeah, Summers and Borowski is probably the two best judges I've seen.
Yes.
Okay. And
Well, Kim, that bar is so low that even Plevin could jump over that.
knowledge, you prepared this particular document.
Judge
Dr.
Borowski
Jones,
was
prepared the.
Judge Borowski was the case with the immigration's lawyer who got pew by a bike rider who then disappeared for 6 months to look for a lawyer and went through 4 states and threw away the pew, but it was self-defense. He had
Edgecombe.
Theodore Edgecombe, and he had his defense lawyer had his paralegal become a witness 2 times in the case, or potentially, because they made so many mistakes. They claimed they were from the police. It was so bad. It was a guy who tried to come in and do the civil rights angle, and there was, it's just because it's a black man that you're charging him. And he stole the closing speech from OJ. It was almost word for word. He was just using the same from the OJ case. It was so bad. Remember, they had that wire on the floor that stepped on constantly, so the audio would crack up.
Bite it. Yeah. I thought somebody's going to fall for sure.
We yelled so much. That was a great case.
Yeah.
The autopsy report, and there.
Johnny Cochran's opening statement. Sorry, opening statements. That's it. Yeah.
And she also prepared the lab request.
I've seen parts of it. I haven't gone into it. But again, it doesn't matter what all of us believe. No one will ever look into it again. Sadly, there will never be justice for John O'Keefe.
I'm glad they're going out there, though.
Primarily the
all the aunties are now attacking one of the witnesses. She has deleted her Twitter presence because she was following some groups. Even one has, that's a guy called Turtle Boy 2, guy, girl, I don't know, who claims that they will be reporting them to the DOJ or the something for lying to get on the jury. No, there's a lawyer, an Argentinian lawyer, who was on the jury, and they will be reporting them to the bar for lying to get on a jury. First of all, are you an idiot? Second of all, I'm pretty sure the Brazilian bar, which is not a female grooming place, doesn't care about you going on a jury in a trial in Massachusetts. But even better, John DePetro, because he's a racist fucktard, went out and said, I'm not sure that this lady speaks well enough English to be on the jury.
Okay. I don't think you speak well enough English to do anything in life, John.
The chief medical examiner prepared in the regular course of business of that office.
It's another person. It's another person.
For your office to prepare such reports on a daily basis.
Yes.
And was that report made at or near the time that postmortem report was withdrawn? Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
It was Paula Sarah Gelding, I think, who deleted it.
I would just ask for 3 minutes as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, court will accept into evidence as a full exhibit, states 10. Thank you.
Oh, he also called her an illegal. I might be doing some salt mining over the weekend.
Dr. Gill, I'm going to be asking you some questions based on states 10 approaching the witness, Your Honor. You may read from this report now that it is a full exhibit. Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
Dr.
In addition to members of your office being present, do you recall anyone else?
Wow, possible language barrier with the jury. She did not understand much of the testimony and maybe needed a translator. Imagine if someone from ICE testified. Obvious bias towards police. Uncomfortable to watch. A Brazilian Karen Reed juror believes Karen left John at the waterfall and not convinced the Lexus was even on Fairview. Commonwealth needed a translator for some of the jury? ? I think her car touched him. Now you say a little bit. Yeah, being racist is it's not a good thing.
You'll have to
At postmortem examination.
do a show for all that. Yeah.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and
No,
the
Paula
case and so forth, but it's
Pratbro, I
not
saw her
unusual,
before.
for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone
Exactly. If he believes someone snuck on who couldn't speak English well enough, and they believe that Brennan didn't vet them, it's the same. They think they didn't vet their social media accounts. They actually ask for the right to do that. But apparently the Commonwealth is really bad at their job as well. Ryan Petrowski, foreman, trial 1 was corrupt. I don't know if he was corrupt. I haven't seen any proof of anything. Corruption means someone has gotten something for doing something, which would be a liable statement if I made that and said someone is corrupt, as I have no evidence of it. So I will not say that I can say that. It's the same. I don't believe Bev is corrupt because I don't think she took money for doing how she did.
I thought she was just a bad judge in general. Like, she's just a bad judge.
Yeah. Hank
Bad at
picked
her job.
Yeah. Good one, Brendan. Brendan.
Yeah, like,
I've read it, but I haven't covered it because I'm not going to steal thunder from someone else's lightning.
from the Shelton Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the post-mortem examination done on James Thomas McGrath arriving, which one? Prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at case exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
And to your knowledge, you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
I have to look at the death certificate or Bridgeport Hospital.
And to your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
From the autopsy report.
And how was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the chief medical examiner's office?
He literally says, I wonder if an illegal from Brazil has bias towards police. Court TV, this is your commentator.
Yeah.
I hope you're gonna clean house after the Canary case. I saw Julie felt ill yesterday. That C word is also.
Yeah, well,
I'm not missing her.
she can fall off a cliff. I could care less.
The hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well.
Again, I don't know what. It's kind of like Plevin. Oh, Baker, you don't speak English here because it's your third language. I probably understand it way better than most people Plevin talk to. I bet this lady is a very intelligent, highly educated young lady who is great at what she does and speaks English as well as John DePetro, who tried to run away from hitting another car. That instant, well, if you're a foreigner, you don't speak English, is such a hot take. And he will probably claim that he is the most liberal, welcoming person in the world, but any foreigner must be stupid. Where was Grant? Grant was on his own channel, talking into the microphone like this. Listen, Turtle.
Listen up, turtle.
Do you recall how the body was brought in what condition?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what goes on in a post-mortem examination? If you give details as to what conducted.
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body. And then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs, and then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
Congratulations.
Case 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
So that, again, is to document.
I just want her to say hematuba to find out if she speaks English.
The different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 205.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see from occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. And looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Slidey is 20 minutes
He was
behind.
received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as two catheters, intravenous type catheters that actually are in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Again, referring to States 10, under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
So there was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while like a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions? Within the exhibit, it indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with the body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body. And it was going, from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to States 10, under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that? Explain to the jury.
So there were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Directing your attention to page 2 and to page 3 of State's Exhibit number 10, under where it says A, stab wound of torso. Can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches
I make it myself on Suno.
left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down and to the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, that's between the ribs, and perforated the pericardial sac and the left ventricle of of the heart.
Oh,
There was
that's a fast
approximately
bleeder.
750
Right in the heart.
clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart, and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. And
That's
the
a little less
estimated
than
depth,
2/3 of
that's
your
how
blood
deep
just
the
in his
stab
chest
wound
cavity,
was.
and
The
then it just
estimated
went like this.
penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches depth.
He
Deep.
wasn't going to survive very long.
Now, in
No,
reference
they
to
couldn't fix
stage
that.
10, that paragraph you just read, what does it mean? What is that intercostal?
This one has been, if anyone ever saw that video, Ricada showed it about, I think it was in Australia. Someone tries to rob a store and someone brings out a stabulator and he just gets to say, I'm dying. And he was gone.
Yeah.
Perforating those parts of the heart, it's almost instantly.
Space notation. What is that?
So that's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
And what would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated the pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
That next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal to have that? What caused that? You can explain that.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first.
We haven't heard anything about that so far. Please, no spoilers if you watched the head.
Yeah.
But 4 people had holes in them.
That's pretty much all we know right now.
He's still a juvenile. He's 17 years old, I believe.
I think he's 20 now. He was 16 when it happened, and I thought.
Oh, 16 when it happened. Yeah,
20.
yeah, that's right. Because when he was arraigned, they talked about charging him as an adult.
Yeah.
But now he's 20 because it's been going on for so long.
Mhm.
Hey, WikiHat. Always new trials. Always be grifting.
Yep.
Going into the pericardial sac
19
and
now.
then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Or indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
So we do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the track, the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
I'm going to direct your attention back to stage 10, where it says, again, page 3 of 5, under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. It didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would we be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
Also, states 10 again, page 3 of 5, where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there, indicating a brown contusion, green brownish contusions, and red purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
So there are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent, and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you had indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, the liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
And what is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body? If it's, I don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy to do that examination.
Directing your attention again to stage 10, page 3 of 5, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section. So the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal descriptions.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Oh, we're not live. They'll be back Monday. It's okay. This is day one because we were doing verdict watch. But I think we can do day one today, do day two tomorrow or Sunday, and then we're ready for Monday when it starts up again. Hey, Marjorie.
Yes, thank you.
We haven't heard any witnesses talk about that yet.
For ID purposes only at this point. Do you recognize those photographs?
This is the medical examiner, yes. Hey, Carla, sorry. A 2-week trial? Yeah, probably reasonable.
See photographs from Mr. McGrath.
I think the state will be about a week and then maybe a couple of days for the defense and then deliberations.
That came into your office on the day that the postmortem examination was done.
Yes.
And in the photographs that were depicted, does anything look different to you than the body of James McGrath did on the day of the autopsy?
No.
And again, the purpose of taking these photographs,
To document the findings, who he is, and any injuries.
do you recall who took these photographs?
We have professional photographers who do that under our direction.
I'd like to empty this exhibit, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states exhibits 11 through 20 as full.
To mark as states exhibits 11 through 20 as full exhibits.
The chat already says he looked like Cat Timp.
Yes.
Dr. Gill, what does this photograph depict?
This is a full body photograph of Mr.
I don't know who Cat Timp is. Who's Cat Timp? Should I know that?
I have no idea. Who is that?
Well, I agree, wins. Totally looks like Cat Timp.
Yeah.
Is it a man or a woman?
I'm not sure. You're gonna have to Google that.
I don't Google anything. I looked up an Oklahoma hand grenade.
I haven't yet. Is it worth it?
AP is a little behind as well. She was a commentator often on the Greg Gutfeld show on Fox News. We don't have Fox TV, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't watch it.
Like, totally, dude. Well, we agree this guy looks exactly like Cat Timp.
McGrath, showing how we received him at the medical examiner's
Or maybe the prosecutor. I don't know which one looks like her.
office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at states,
I'm going to take a bio break.
do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
You'll identify those areas to members of the jury.
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth. In his lower legs, there are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs. And then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
Referring to states 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit, there is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What does that tag indicate?
That's how it's identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as states 12. Dr. Gill, what is this photograph of?
This is a face shot of Mr. McGrath.
Stay one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in states 11? The number matches up any number?
Correct.
Showing you states 13. What is this a photograph of?
So this is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the right-hand side of stage 13, where he's indicating there is a red line below the left nipple of the body.
So noted. Thank you.
And Dr. Gill, if you can look at stage 13, there is some reddish purplish bruising appears around the neck area of the body of James Thomas McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
Showing you what's been marked at stage 14. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound.
Again, that's the placard and the placard number that matches up.
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as stage 15. What is this a photograph of?
So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it. And depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, that relieving that natural skin tension so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound.
Showing you stage 16. Dr. Gill, what is that a photograph of?
So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label, there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space.
Showing you stage 17. Is this a close-up photograph of stage 16?
Correct.
And can you also see in that photograph the puncture wound?
Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out.
Now, this placard that is utilized here, it looks like there is some measuring tool in there as well. Do you utilize that to measure the puncture wound or the injury?
Yes, that's always kind of on our label. Yeah.
Showing you stage 18. What is that a photograph of?
This is showing the heart when it's still in the body, and that kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the heart, of the left ventricle of the heart.
So is that the heart taken out of that muscle or tissue that we saw in stage 17?
So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now.
Showing you stage 19. What is that a photograph of?
This is let's see, showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of lung, pink lung at the top there, and then that hole kind of right in the center. That's where the knife went through the pericardial sac.
And lastly, showing you stage 20. Again, what is that a photograph of?
So this is a photograph of just the heart, and you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
What is the purpose of taking this photograph with the heart removed from the body?
Just to further document the injury.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor? Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to the stab wound to the torso, perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart and the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination and submitted for laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
And what tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was collected?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
I'm going to direct your attention back to States 10 on page 5 of the toxicology report, withdrawn. Page 5, what does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the blood and the vitreous fluid from the eye.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 0.2 gram percent or gram 100 per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to states 10 to the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
Stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial sac, approximately 75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Dale?
The stab wound of the torso,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
And if you could explain, please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
Homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions for Dr. Dale.
Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill.
Good afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner since July of 2013.
Correct.
And did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
All right. And you've told us
Hey,
that
T-Rex.
in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features are what we see with a knife injury. And I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something
Yes, this is the high school party that got out of hand.
of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle. And to that depth, I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps a screwdriver or something like that?
The screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that led you to know that this was a knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us.
Yeah, the anatomic findings are supportive, very supportive of a knife.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with the stab wound.
And you described that this stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes,
And you described that as being the space between the ribs.
correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an
Reasonable doubt.
injury under section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And then under section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
correct.
Now, as part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes,
Why is that an estimated number?
because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct?
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct,
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death,
It was the only fatal injury, yes.
other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature. Is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes,
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from this stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes,
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Attorney Messina? Okay.
Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused by the body of James McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many postmortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound in your
Objection, Your
career?
Honor. I believe this is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many, many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds. So yeah, I've seen hundreds and thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you've determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
A glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth edged, straight edged, straight in wound. So that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You had testified on cross-examination that you were able to determine the positioning or how that knife went into the body of James McGrath. Would you be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place based on the injuries?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit out. If you don't mind, I'll take that exhibit. Thank you so much. Lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're now going to take a lunch and recess. We will be back in.
A lunch and recess.
I'll ask the state to call its next witness.
Oh, yeah. Fast forwarding.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly
Yeah.
affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence
Only
in
have,
this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
we're gonna have one more
so help
break.
you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
So only about 1 hour and a half left.
As well as your badge number
So I can get dinner at normal time today.
Richard Bango, badge number S10. Business address is 85 Wheeler Street, Shelton.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
a few months shy of 25 years.
And what's your current title?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant.
And did you have to go through any training to be a police officer?
Yes, I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the detective bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant.
And what kind of things did you investigate? What kind of crimes did you investigate in the detective?
In the detective bureau, mostly felonies for the most part. Things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Well, all of them have a very high hairline, and all of them looks like they got cut with a lawnmower. So it's almost Canton.
Yes.
A lawnmower haircut.
I was a detective.
And as a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to be called to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
Yes.
And can you please describe the circumstances surrounding your response?
Get some
to
sleep.
43 Laurel Glen?
I got a call a little after midnight. I believe it was the 15th of May. I got called a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that that area stayed secured.
Now, I want to direct your attention to States 1 that's behind you. Is that the, you see the house with the red circle on it? Is that the area that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
At what time did you arrive at the scene?
I can't give you the exact time. It was somewhere shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30. So I got a call right at around midnight.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 2.
Hey, Katie, how we doing?
Is that the home that you responded to on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
And what were the lighting conditions like that night?
It was dark. It was dark in the yard. The most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated.
Was it pitch black though?
Not pitch black.
Could you see?
Yes.
somewhat?
Yes. Yes.
Show you States Exhibit 5. You had mentioned just now in your testimony that when you arrived, there was some debris in the yard.
Yes.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes.
And who taped off the yard?
That was cordoned off before I arrived.
Okay. Why would the Shelton Police Department tape off a certain section of an area? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence.
And when you got to the scene, what was your main purpose when you got to the scene initially?
After finding out what occurred or what was, what the other Shelton Police Department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
And with regards to the items of, you determined those to be evidentiary value potentially?
Yes.
Do you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of, photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard.
May I have a moment, please? All right. If there's no objection, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
No
Subject to
objection.
questioning.
Oh, okay, so let me just take a look at them and refer to them, please. What number is this? Has marked as full as marked as full.
Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
And what would be the purpose in taking pictures of the scene? When you go to a scene?
Illustrate where everything was before it was seized.
And do you have information as to whether or not the items that were on the front lawn were in fact subsequently seized, subsequently to this picture being taken?
It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures
Okay.
were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
Hey, Kelly.
The mark is State Exhibit 21. Is the mark is
Hi,
full
Kelly.
exhibit. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is State 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously,
Pass the chips. Do you have this shirt, Jamie?
No. What is it?
It says pass the chips and then it's poker. So it's
Oh,
a joke.
poker shirt. Hmm.
So it's funny because chips is also something you can eat. I would say pass the chips. Are you getting this shirt, Jamie?
Yeah, I get it. It's kind of lame, but it's fine.
No, I'm asking, are you getting it?
Oh, like buying it? No. I think I'll pass.
You can bring this the next time you go grilling with your dad and you can say, pass the chips. And he can say, "You want the barbecues or the sour cream and onions?"
Cheddar and sour cream is my jam.
I hate sour cream.
This is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
My approach, Your Honor.
Sure.
Showing you states 22. You recognize states 22?
I do.
And what is states 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate if you allow the witness to open the bag and reveal its contents.
All right, sir, you can open the bag, reveal the contents. I do see that you have gloves available for your use, so that's fine. If you feel comfortable, go right ahead.
No, Jim, but Baker's American accent is always Southern, so he doesn't know any other accent.
Now,
Do they have the shirt?
Yeah.
That was seized from the front of 43 Laurel Glen.
I should have said,
Why
"Can I
was
have
this
it?"
seized? Do you have, is there anything on?
I'll wash it up. It'll be fine.
Would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side. Great.
Yeah. So right to the left side of the shirt, it's like would be mid torso potentially?
Yes.
No, they are doing really bad. They have crime scene tape and stuff like that.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this a t-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
I'll show you State's 24. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And with these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department.
Yes.
Show you State's 25.
It's been said multiple times. I don't believe this is a real trial. I think this is AI because there's so many mistakes made in this case. They have crime scene tape. They have clear photographs. They have the evidence readily available. They don't leave bags of evidence around on the police station where everyone has access to it. Is Connecticut a state at all? Have anyone ever been to Connecticut and can prove that it really exists? Because I know for a fact this is not how you run a police investigation. I just saw 35 days of a real police investigation, and this is not how you do it. This is highly, highly illegal, I think.
These items in State's 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you State's 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and t-shirt just maybe flipped over?
Not
from State's
one
25?
leaf
Yes.
blower.
In State's 27, again, same t-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to
No. His defense team couldn't really touch the ME. He just confirmed it was a knife. Tomorrow or Sunday, when we hear what the eyewitnesses tell, I need that. But so far, I am pretty sure that someone got stabulated with a stabulator.
this area here where you see this, the individual who took the picture, I assume their hand is here.
Mhm.
Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
That's a small hole that's devastating.
I know.
the record, I'm pointing to.
Stabbard?
Yeah, there was rubber
Stabbard
ducks on one of the
Looks like a
shirts.
black shirt wearing
I saw that
a,
as well.
Individual who has a black glove on, a middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric, just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28. That would be a picture of the same black t-shirt that was in states 27.
Yes,
And that's just an up close picture of the defect in that t-shirt.
yes.
And states 29, again, up close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in states 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't feel sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that time?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few that administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you in fact use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally,
I don't think the parents should be liable. I think it was wrong in the school pew-pewing because, again, they weren't there. Kids were drinking. Did the parents know?
Yeah, like
Did
if
they
they were
sneak
gone,
alcohol?
the kids were like, I'm going to have people over and I'm not going to tell anyone. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not their fault.
I don't like someone is liable for someone else's crimes if they not were at the scene giving the kids alcohol and a stabulator. I can't see why the parents should be liable at all. I snuck out to parties the first 2 years and told my mom I was sleeping at a friend's house.
that night, 2
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Rico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in that car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed a Mackenzie Trafficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now,
I
based
can
your
see you on
interviews
chat on
and,
TV.
Your development of
Yeah,
a suspect and identified a suspect vehicle.
Yeah.
What efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
Hey,
So before we
Victoria.
left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights.
I'd started my apprenticeship, but every weekend I had off. I was drinking heavily when I was 16 years old.
That carried on into the next day. moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it, call us.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor, no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So we were. So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested that they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured sally port at the Shelton Police Department.
I have
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection. I'm being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will
Have we seen this judge before?
I don't think we've watched, I don't think we've ever watched a Connecticut.
He looks familiar, and I like her so far.
We'll go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33 on behalf of the state. I'll be properly marked as full. No ID. We'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
She seems to just sit
When
back
you-
and let them do their job.
Yeah, but she
Now, when
runs
you
it strict.
We're
I
able
like
to
that.
secure the Honda
Yeah.
Pilot that was the subject of the investigation. You said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know what pictures were taken?
Yes, well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30. That's been marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of motor vehicle that's seized?
Well, to show this, the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Again, Jamie, this is. Should we stop watching this trial?
Why?
The driver side is on the correct side.
Oh.
This
Look at
this
that.
isn't. I don't believe this is a real trial. I think that's just something Massachusetts made up so people can see how bad you can do a real investigation to prove that they were really good at what they did. It's, yeah.
Mhm.
Her name is Judge Murphy. I just feel like I've seen her on something. Yeah, I think it's AI. Nothing is real in this case. It's not inverted. No, it's. I don't think it's a real trial. I think it's like one of those show trials.
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
States 32.
Was
Picture
that
of-
a pew
what does
pew
this
hole?
picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing the defect in the windshield?
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what does this picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing taking pictures of the interior part.
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and
My
if we were going to
pleasure.
seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
I actually ran in the last election with someone with the last name Inquist. Funny.
Oh, really?
Stage 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 a.m. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the
My craziest drunk teen story, when I passed out drunk and my mom came to pick me up and I jumped out of the car going 60 kilometers an hour. That's when I figured out I had to stop drinking.
booking photos. But I
would
believe it
think
was
so.
Lieutenant McFadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
What were his injuries?
I don't know.
Like, come on, tip top tip.
As council was shown, exhibits 34, 31, no, 34.
A18?
Yes.
Okay. To show you what's been marked as exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. You recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
Stage 35. Again, what does stage 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
Stage 36.
Same. A little closer. You can see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
Stage 37.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
Hope you're doing
Stage
great.
38.
Hey, Tom.
Show you stage 38. That's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can't, maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
It looks like he has the beginning of a sit
Mm-hmm.
more than an injury. Well, he has something down here that could kind of look like an injury, but this just looks like he has a sit or some ingrown hair or something.
All I seen was the kind of bruising by his eye.
Yeah, but yeah. Or maybe
But,
it's to get ahead of the defense saying, well, he was only self-defending them to unaliveness.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, I'm expected to hear the judge yell in a Laura of America voice. I don't know what that is. Bring out the witness. I don't know if that's the voice. Imagine we finally see real investigation here. Yeah. Don't mention Kimmy. Kimmy hasn't shown up. JBH, yes, I've seen parts of it.
Stage 39.
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
Stage 40. Seems to be a older wound.
It does appear that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
Stage
Well,
41.
how long did they
That's his left
arrest
hand, a
him
scrape on his palm.
after the incident? Sorry, I missed that, I guess.
He turned himself in the day after.
The day after, okay.
Stage
just
42.
curious.
Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
Stage 43. Again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No, no.
I did that on the lawn of a police station. And when they came and asked if I wanted to come in and sleep it out in a cell, I said, no, thank you, and walked home. Because my dad always told me he would beat my sorry little behind if he ever found out that he had to pick me up at the police station.
Please tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, what, if anything, you did after that point in time.
So myself and members of Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where members were attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. Approximately, well, there were 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. Yeah, so.
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
Yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence.
Yes.
Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Tchaikovsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With the ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on State's Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here.
Valhalla, be happy that you are out petting the goats today, because the amount of mistakes made in this case, it's horrible. They had crime scene tape. Who have ever heard about crime scene tape? Not one Jiffy Lube bag was even used. It's, yeah, it's horrendous that this is even going to court.
I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party, or the Lazy Brook incident, the St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen, and an incident occurred in the street, or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident, or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 44?
Yes.
And what is State's 44?
That's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And are the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I have.
Do these videos contain 2 videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, I do.
The state would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
word
objection,
here?
Your Honor.
Okay, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence. State's full, I believe you said 44. 44.
Are we gonna
Thank you.
play it? Come on.
Yeah, give us some videos.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony.
I have.
Can you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch? You
Not
can,
So these are two angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house. It shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot
I
will
hope
pull
so.
up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video was in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There's a interaction, an argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident, because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls, and right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes from the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. A bunch of people get out, another car pulls up, and somebody gets out and jumps in another car, and they all flee.
with your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish states 44?
Okay, get your butt on the camera.
This next video is this different angle of the same video,
It's the same video, just a different angle.
and there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound.
Move.
And those two videos that we just watched was around 11:40 p.m. on May 14th of 2022.
Yes,
So that would be shortly prior to the incident that occurred down the street of 43 Laurel Glen.
yes,
And the next two videos we're about to watch happened just after. the
directly
incident.
afterwards, yes.
Doesn't look like they're in a hurry.
No.
And this last video is the different angle of the same.
I believe so.
Same footage. Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close to there, so that would corroborate the time of the video.
That's 11:58 if you don't do real time.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking.
Yes,
was
yes.
happening. After you were able to secure
That'd be
video,
Yeah.
interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What, if anything, did you do next?
So over the next several months, we're in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview him. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
And what was your purpose in driving to the dead end of Adams Drive?
To locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th.
And this was some 6 months after the incident?
Approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness, Sean.
Sure.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. You recognize 45?
I do.
And what is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, is this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like at or near the time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later.
Yes,
Okay.
so
Showing you 46. Do you recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
That's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No.
What does this show?
This shows a lot of leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so
So this is 6 months after the incident?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 47. You recognize 47?
yes.
His lawyers probably said, "No, we're not going to talk to you." That's
What is
why.
47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you.
Directing your attention to States 1. Can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony? Okay.
So
This
so
is
that's
just,
to reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top on the photograph, slanted towards the right.
showing you 45, it's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46. Again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area?
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the two interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the tree.
You're muted.
Oh, I hit my microphone while I'm coughing. I said in Denmark we do have death tax as well, but there's a certain amount you can inherit before the tax kicks in. So we have death taxes as well.
Trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, was late in the day at that point too. We secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife. So we went back, I believe 3 days later and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And
So no
After you
murder
took the
weapon.
efforts to attempt to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It
that's
slowed
way
down
more
at
than
that
I
point because
knew.
we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh. The approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Pharaoh scan, you said that it's a mapping system.
Well, it's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where.
Yes, where the incident took place. And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
And with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request? Or was
Yes.
it-
Don't be like this. Don't be that.
Objection to any of this, but
Aye.
council wishes me to lay an objection.
No objection to these, Your Honor. I've reviewed them already.
Are you state disc or CD graphs? And is that 52?
State's exhibits 49. You recognize 49?
I do. That's an aerial photograph of 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes,
About what time of year was this taken?
end of May.
Of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen, yep,
51, a little bit closer view
yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you State's exhibit 52. It's just a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place.
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him and he was explaining us what to happen. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it. So we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or a portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes.
Let's see the video reenactment. This is where the blue paint comes in.
So that house there to the right is 36.
So we paused it.
Council, before you move on, let me just let the record reflect that we're publishing Exhibit 48.
48, correct, I'm sorry. So at 24 seconds, just for the record, this house right here that I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes.
Okay.
If we could just identify which house it was. There were two houses in the video. The gray house.
So let play.
I just want to make a clear record, Council.
Go back.
Hey, Pixie, thank you so much for the love and the 19 months. Life is busy, yes it is, but we're glad that you spent a little bit of it stopping by to say hi to us.
Hi, Pixie. Miss you.
Hope everything is well down under and you weren't eaten by one of the thousands of animals that try to kill you every day. Well, she lives in Australia. They can't get out of bed without being attacked by cobras.
Well, she told me if I visit her, she'll protect me. So I have faith that she can hold her own down there.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible. I never heard about a tourist going to Australia and surviving.
I mean, that's why I hesitate.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally you do the unaliving.
Usually I don't have a problem. Brown snakes, ooh.
They're not ooh, they're quite deadly.
Their snakes are like
So
Bigfoot size.
I'm now pointing, it's 24 seconds into the video, Your Honor. It's the gray house on the right portion of States 48. The red walkway that goes out to Laurel Glen and the driveway to the far left side of the gray house.
All right, thank you, thank you.
What did that prove?
Where the house was?
Yeah, but they said a video reenactment. JVH, thank you for 4 months, and thank you for hanging out for our coverage.
Yeah.
Just fast forward to 20.
Well, I thought they had a whole different video with him and the kid, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's what when I hear video reenactment, I'm not, oh, this is a drone shot of a road. Because this is not a reenactment, that's just a surveillance video, an overview video.
Showing the neighborhood. Yeah.
Oh, is this the reenactment? Nope, turning away from them.
That road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be
Farmhouse Road.
Oh, she's selling her house. Well, I hope you make $1 million.
Yeah. I hope. Where are
Is
you
this
going
rich
to?
kid? Apparently, it's two groups. One from a private high school and another one for a high school where wealthy people goes. But we haven't really heard about him yet.
Yeah. I haven't heard too much.
so this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes,
And the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
yes, it is.
The lawnmower haircuts. They just cut their lawn and then, buzz over their hair too.
Yeah, just keep it short on the side.
Yeah. That is my worst nightmare, having to mow a lawn that big. Ugh. My parents' lawn was ridiculous, and we had to do it for free to live there. So
Again, the house to the right here.
It's 43.
That would be.
43, Laurel Glen.
Now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements? in
Yes.
relation to where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road?
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't remember
I
the
don't
exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway of 36, I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe, roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
So with regards to the front of the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen, if you were to walk down towards 36 Laurel Glen, it's about 1.5 to 2 football fields
Yes.
down the road? No?
Yes.
I just may have a moment here.
Growing a beard since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit, yeah.
Just want to go over what you've been talking with us about today. You said that you responded that evening after you received the call. You got there, you think about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was
Did he
dark and most of the
compliment his
illumination that you
beard?
had was coming from your own lights, correct?
He said, "You grown a beard since I saw you last."
Sorry, I'm just like squinting at the cop, and I'm like, I don't see anything really.
He's just got a little stubble.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
less than I have. That's
I'm
not a
trying to be-
cheap neighborhood in that state.
I don't
I'm
think
just
anything's
thinking.
cheap in Connecticut, right? I feel like it's
Well,
pretty
I'm looking at this because I'm looking at houses right now. One of the things I'm looking at is I don't want that big ass garden. Who's going to keep it? I have a really small garden that I could probably do in an hour or two. And we have a pensioner who comes around and fixes gardens for us, so I pay him. I don't like garden work.
No. I have a little over half an acre, and that's big. And like I've had to push mow that, and that's torture. So anything bigger than that is unnecessary. Thanks, Nina.
By the way, is this the lead investigator or the case agent? I think it's. Remember, this is a weird state, so they call them lead investigators.
I think he is.
Jinxie is just giving me, because if I'm moving not to her part of Denmark, but the same peninsula she's on, and over there they're weird people. So she's
They
trying
have
to.
robot lawnmowers? That's awesome.
You don't have those little.
I've never seen one in real life. I've heard of them.
Oh, my daughter has one of those, and she has. Her garden is like 3 times the size of mine, but
Really?
it's just standing out there and it'll do everything and go like once or twice a week, and you don't have to mow your grass. But it depends on how big your garden is, because they can only do a certain amount before they run out of juice.
Oh.
That's not your part. You're down south. I'm going to the middle part. But I would have to. They talk funny over there. If Jinxie wasn't writing in English, I probably wouldn't understand her.
I don't.
It,
I wish
it's
we
like
could have seen some
it's
different
like someone
accents.
talking to you and thinking, why is he saying "you betcha" all the time?
Oh, I love the people that you say are like the Midwest Denmark and the Southern Denmark and the Hillbilly Denmark. I'd love to see all these people.
She lives. It's because it's previously occupied by the Germans till 1920. We lost the war, so they have a really, really funny accent. But she also lives in the big city down there, so she might not be as. But they do speak Danish. I had a buddy of mine from the same city when I was in the Navy, and we had like a communal phone, so we could call home. This was pre cell phones. And when he talked to his mom, no one understood what he was saying. When he talked to us, he just talked normal. But they have a funny way. They have words we don't have. It's like window is vindu in my language. It's a vinne down where she's from.
So they say Vindu and you
No,
say Vin?
we say vindu, like window, just vindu. They say vinne, like winning.
And that's like, oh, these people.
No, but they also, instead of saying hello, they say moin. But they do kind of use it like aloha in Hawaii, where it means hello, goodbye, how are you doing? What's your day like? Hey, buddy. Everything is just moin.
I love it.
You only speak it with the old people. Yeah, but it sneaks in. You call it Danish, but it's actually a northern German accent. It's Plattdeutsch. Excuse me, what's your issue with your betcha? Ufta. Why don't you say Ufta, Jamie?
What's
You're from
Ufta?
Wisconsin.
I am not. And you know that. No offense, Wisconsin people.
You have lied to me for 3
But I am
years.
not a Packers fan. Huh? You
3
know
years.
where I'm from. Quit it. It's either Ohio State or Wisconsin. That's where you always go to.
No, you went to the Ohio State, but
I
you're
did
born
not.
and raised in Wisconsin. That's why I was.
I'm not born and raised.
I wanted to send you cheese yesterday.
Well, I love
But-
cheese. It doesn't have to be a Wisconsin thing. It's just a Midwest thing.
But every Danish person speak two versions of Danish. We have like the fancy Copenhagen talk, and then we have our local dialect. So,
Mhm.
and it can actually be kind of hard because we use words that's not common for other parts of Denmark. Like we call a butt a windmill.
Oh,
And it's
like
only
a
on.
butt?
Yeah, we use the same word for a butt like we use for a windmill or for a mill, but they don't do that anywhere else. We have. Do you know that when in the wintertime when you're rubbing snow in other people's faces and throwing snowballs in their head, you don't do that in schools?
Whitewashing? Yeah, that's what we called it.
No, you call it whitewashing. We call it sule, and everywhere else in Denmark they call it washing, like you do. We call it sule. I don't know why. So, yeah, that's
You betcha is a lefty thing. That's a Minnesota thing. Minnesota.
then. Why is he a
Diesel
Packers
Pete's
fan?
is a Jamie thing.
Why is he a Packers fan if he's from Minnesota?
He's not, and that's fighting words.
I've seen him in
That
many
is
a Packers
fighting words
jersey.
for us. Do you understand that? You love just stirring the pot, don't you? Talking about Ohio State and the Packers.
I don't know anything. I just
Mhm.
know that I've seen him in many a Packers jersey.
Okay.
Well, it's not a windmill, but it's the same word as you used before you had the modern electrical mills, when it was just mills. That's the same word we use for a butt.
I just thought the same. I was thinking the same thing, so I kept asking. I'm like, a butt is a windmill? I thought the word was for butt was windmill, and I was like, I like that a lot. That's funny.
But it's because a windmill, the old ones, the ones that used to mill grain, it's just called a mill. And a mill is the word we use for butt on my island. So it's mølle. No, it's just that's how you teach the young kids.
He sounds like the school bully. He is, guys.
I was
He
I was
says it's
bullied
me,
in
but
school.
he was in a gang, not me.
Well, we ran rough. EP
did.
forever.
He
Mill. Like the ones that turns around.
And I believe a light
or
in the
windmill.
driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Was there an ambulance still on scene at that point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road,
Yes,
parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been
Full of
cordoned
it,
off. Is
Sue.
that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that
Nej, det betyder numse, for det er det, du siger, når du taler pænt om det. Du siger, skal du have en ren mølle? I stedet for at sige, skal du have en ren røv?
that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let.
Har I aldrig nogensinde hørt om, hvad fanden er det der for noget? Det er også fordi I er sådan nogle mærkelige udlændinge, der bor alle mulige anderledes steder end Fyn. Det handler om, at I skal bare komme over, så skal I lære at tale noget rigtigt sprog. Vi suler om vinteren, og du får en ren mølle. Og hvis du ikke kan sætte på din stol, og sætte roligt på din mølle, så kan du bare blive smidt udenfor. Det kan der overhovedet ikke være snak om. Må I kratte om at tage jer sammen der. Hvad snakker du om? Det er ved Jette, siger hun er den klogeste dame på Fyn. Det kan vi da hurtigt blive enige om. Ej, men
What
det er
he
da også
said.
noget djævels mærkeligt sprog. Enten der taler I ligesom i en Morten Korch-film, eller også så snakker I halv svensk.
Let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 40?
I don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Jesus.
Something less than that, but
I
maybe
would,
more
yes.
than 40?
Yes.
A large group, fair to say?
Yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present? Not police officers.
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there?
When I got there, there were a couple of parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Fiola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
You learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
Yes.
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
Yes.
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy?
I don't recall.
Misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Is the roadway damp?
He's asking
Yes.
that.
Did you have your
Look at that.
wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand.
So no shitty
And you described
videos.
to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes.
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
Yes.
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
No.
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the
Say something that sounds remotely romantic in Danish language for the ladies. Well, I have been perpetual single, so I don't know. I can use the good old one. Må jeg lige tjekke, hvad der står i nakken på dig? Står der Made in Heaven, for du der er en engel?
I knew you were going with that. Wait, say it again. Without doing anything.
Må jeg lige tjekke, hvad der står i nakken på dig? For du er da vist Made in Heaven.
Did everybody swoon? That's a classic.
It's a moist maker, I know that.
Oh my god.
Har du et spejl i dine bukser? For jeg synes, jeg kan se mig i dem.
What's that one?
Do you have a mirror in your pants? Because I think I can see myself in them. What else?
Like snatches them up.
I'm not really good at those one-liners.
Yeah, I can't remember a lot of them.
No.
I don't think I've ever had that said to me or I've said it to anybody.
Undskyld. Gjorde det ondt? Then you have to say, hvad mener du?
Minodo.
Dengang du faldt fra himlen af.
Oh.
It's, hey, did it hurt? And then you say, what do you mean?
Minadu?
When you fell from heaven.
Oh. Ooh. Ladies. Everybody's just laughing.
That's why I'm single.
the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you, down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen?
No.
And didn't extend it down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
No.
And
Ew,
didn't
is
encompass
harsh.
anything on farmhouse
Here.
or Adams. Is that fair to say?
No.
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area, the 43 Laurel Glen, and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes,
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
the officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21. And that
Hey Jamie, hvad er den t-shirt, det er lavet af? Det ligner girlfriend material. Hey Jamie, what's that shirt made out of? It looks like girlfriend material.
Oh,
was
you
a
got
Past
me.
Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you know now who was wearing that Past the Chips shirt?
yes,
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing?
Det er sådan noget pænt tøj, du har på. Jeg tror, det vil pynte på mit gulv.
Yeah.
I like the outfit you're wearing. I think it will look really good on my floor.
That you secured that you believe belonged to Mr. McGrath?
They're
I
terrible.
personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all, but there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marvel Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
yes, Faison Teal. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo, number 24, exhibit 24, photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Hey Jamie, må jeg få dit telefonnummer, for jeg har Nej, åndssvagt. Omvendt. Hey Jamie, jeg har glemt mit telefonnummer. Må jeg få dit?
Okay.
Hey Jamie, I forgot my phone number. Can I have yours?
Oh, geez. I forgot about a lot of these. They're so corny.
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is that a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
White shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan.
You can also do the more crass ones. Du ser træt ud. Skal jeg holde dine patter? You look tired. Do you want me to carry your tits?
What?
Yes.
Did you use that on somebody?
Well, I've been single for a long time.
And then he told us that on this particular
Oh my
evening,
God.
Yes, we have Jamie Cam today, and Jamie, I'm sorry, Lefty. She claimed that you were not a Packers fan. I tried to say you are more Packers than Brett Favre, and she was like, "Oh, you betcha. He's not. He's a Bears fan. Go the Bears." And I said,
Oh.
"Don't be. That's them's fighting word."
Calling somebody a Packers fan is
had not
fighting
yet
word.
become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such?
Hey, Jamie. Du skylder mig penge. Du har lige lavet en bule med en bowser.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Jamie, you owe me money. You just put a dent in my pants.
Oh, God.
It wasn't implemented until
Well-
June 1st.
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body-worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have warned them that evening.
No.
but you didn't have to.
I
Is
didn't.
that-
No, I didn't have one.
You didn't
So the
have-
following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who is the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to the Connery's house to use the body-worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
at
time?
that date. No, it was not the policy.
I thought you just told us.
Jamie, er du en parkeringsbøge, for jeg synes, der står fine all over for dig.
Oh, really?
Jamie, are you a parking ticket because it says fine all over?
But
It was, no, the policy was set in place, I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
Before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses, and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents own or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about a half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11.
Maybe a little bit more at that point, after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes.
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly.
Yes.
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It
what had
would,
gone
and I
on.
do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of Solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of Solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that
Oh,
indicated that to
you
you?
could tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially a juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night.
Jamie,
Yeah.
dine øjne, ikke? De er ligesom IKEA. Jeg farer helt vild i dem.
Sure.
Jamie, your eyes are like an IKEA store. I get lost in it.
You interviewed two people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was Enrico Fiola.
Yes.
And the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, so just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed. Yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident?
At that point, I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Fiola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Traficante, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
You were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bango. So,
She couldn't handle my pure Danish machismo. Mm. Hey Nina, er din far i fængsel, for han har da været stjålet 2 diamanter og sat i øjnene på dig? In Danish, you would say, hey Nina, is your dad in prison because I think he stole 2 diamonds and put them in your eyes? Which would hurt a lot.
this is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bango, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes,
And that Honda Pilot belongs to Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, I'm just going to move over here to that.
1 kid is passed away, and 3 others was stabbed but alive.
I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding.
Ken, I've been out of the game for a while, but I'm not sure this one. It might go over in Canton.
That defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th into the morning of May 15th?
From the information
I
we,
don't know how you have that knowledge.
If he knows, it's fine.
well, I don't know through interviews what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 31. You'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes.
Same defect?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 32, and that is the interior of the vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side, the front passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if the court was inclined to take the afternoon break, now would be a good
Thank you. All right, very good. Court is going to move into our afternoon break. We will be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. I will remind the jurors again during the recess, please do not discuss this case, no independent research. And I
There.
may stipulate to the
Hello.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Very good.
Oh, they have to
Attorney Smith,
stipulate
you may
to
proceed
return
with
of
your
the juror.
cross-examination. Thank you.
Hello again, Detective Van Gogh.
Hello.
So we were just talking about the photographs that have been taken of the pilot, correct?
Mhm.
Those have been taken down now. So thereafter, you described having secured an arrest warrant, and you said that when you had done that, you didn't have any cell phone videos available to you at that point, correct?
Yes.
You also didn't have at that point the 36 Laurel Glen video, is that correct?
Yes.
And just, if we may, Your Honor, may I approach these exhibits here on the
Certainly, of
stand?
course, yes.
I'm just going to take this one down. I'm going to turn it around so it's not distracting.
We do have a lively chat. This is how we normally go when we are watching cases. Karen Reed was a little bit different, but
Earlier, I believe you had described this house as being 36 Laurel Glen, but if they're viewing the video,
It could be that one, yes.
you think it was this one?
All right, so just let the record reflect that the earlier house appears to be 2 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive, and the house to which Attorney Smith was indicating is the actual house appears to be 3 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, is it fair to say at that point that you were going off of what you had been told by the witnesses that you had spoken to?
Yes.
That at that point did not include Mr. De Silva or Mr. Snyder, correct?
Correct.
this is a defense.
And at 3 in the morning on the 18th, I believe you described that Mr. Valle turned himself in for booking, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Honda Pilot. Everyone is talking about this is rich people area. Honda Pilot.
In that morning, it was with Detective McPadden, correct?
Lieutenant McFadden.
McPadden, my apologies. And Lieutenant McPadden took the following photographs. Exhibit 34, correct?
Correct.
Tracy, you invited me on a date last week to Taco Bell, the most romantic place. Here I was thinking I should sit there and say, ved du hvad, du er ligesom den her burrito. Jeg vikler lidt, fordi den er sådan lidt fed i det, men det er på den gode måde, hvis du forstår, hvad jeg mener. Jeg kan godt lide det lige tjekler lidt. Men det er så åbenbart ikke noget for dig, jo.
What did that mean?
I'm not translating that part of
I
it.
thought I heard a gordita and a chiclet in there.
Exhibit 35,
Correct.
Exhibit 36.
Correct.
And can you see in Exhibit 36 here on Mr. Valle's left eye what appears to be an injury, some bruising, and perhaps an abrasion?
I could see a small abrasion.
You don't see the bruising there?
Point out what you're looking at.
He just said he saw a small abrasion. That's a bruising.
Yeah, maybe on the inner portion towards the nose.
Exhibit 37 was
What are
also
you
taken
talking
by
about?
Lieutenant McPadden,
Clear.
correct?
Correct.
38 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
I believe you described seeing some redness, possible abrasion under the hairline there.
Possible.
Exhibit 39 also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And there you described for us seeing the red scratch marks as well as some what appears to be bruising.
Point out the bruising.
Do you see some
Don't become
discoloration
defensive. We
past
can
the
see it.
elbow on the bottom
Well,
of the
you
leg?
described it yourself,
Yeah.
Detective. Like, come on.
Possibly.
Exhibit 40 taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a wound on the heel of his right palm.
Correct.
Exhibit 41, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, shows some abrasion injury on the left palm, as well as still that same injury on the right palm, correct?
Correct.
And then we saw Exhibit 42, taken by Lieutenant McPadden,
Correct.
and Exhibit 43, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And those were taken, to the best of your knowledge, at around 3 a.m. when he turned himself in that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was done, again, to document apparent injuries that Mr. Valle had on him, correct?
Yes.
That's more than the standard booking photo that's taken of a person, correct?
Not everyone's booked for murder.
I beg your pardon?
It was a murder case, so if we saw someone, let's say in an assault, and they had apparent injuries, we would take photographs of them, more so than just the booking photo.
Standard to take a booking photo, correct?
Yes.
When you notice injuries that you want to document, then you take more photos
Yes.
of those injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Valle ask you to take those photos?
I do not know. I wasn't there.
And then you said that the investigation continued thereafter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the investigation went on all summer long, did it not?
Yes.
And
All
it
summer
continued, I
long.
think you told us, into the fall,
We were
correct?
Yes.
smoking funny
And in fact,
things. We
Really
were-
continued on into this year when we went and got some of these drone videos that you showed us earlier, right?
Yes.
And you
That's,
told us that you located
Kid Rock song.
every attendee at that party. Is that correct?
Everyone that we know of.
Okay. So there are possibly people that you don't know of that were there,
It's
correct?
possible.
Because
Judge has to possibly, it calls for speculation. I don't know what he would know.
I'll sustain.
He just
So
said
it was sort of an
possibly
objection, but you
25
tried to-
times,
I'll
but now
sustain
you're
the
objecting.
objection. I will direct the jury to not, I'm going to strike the answer to the question asking if it was possible, if there were attendees who were not there, and the response, that's stricken. And you're not to consider that as evidence, all right? And you will get further detailed instructions about that during the court's final jury charge. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you learn of individuals that were seen in cell phones that you weren't able to actually identify or talk to?
I do not believe so.
So you think that you've spoken to every person that was at that party?
I can't definitively answer that.
And you were describing for us a fight that occurred earlier that evening at 5 Lazy Brook. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where you learned that some attendees had gotten into a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And then you said that you interviewed everybody that was at that party, correct?
The same.
Again, you can't really tell us that you interviewed everybody that was there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you did secure some video of a fight that took place in or near the garage of 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
When did you secure that video?
I do not have the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Was it before or after you got the arrest warrant?
After.
And therefore, it was after you spoke with the people that had been interviewed prior to securing that arrest warrant?
Yes.
And then you also secured video from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
That was also subsequent to actually securing the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes.
And that video, did that come from a Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
Do you know when you secured that video?
I don't have the exact date, but it was after the arrest warrant.
In fact, after securing those videos, you then went back and did a number of interviews with some of the people that you had already interviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we saw here before some dash cam or some ring videos that you had secured, one of those being from 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
Do you have 44 or does she have 44? What's that? The Laurel Glen? 44, she's getting inside it. Exhibit 44, which we're going to play for you in just a second here, as showing different angles. There's one angle that is from the door, correct?
Yes.
And there's one angle, and what is that different angle that we've seen?
Well, it's from the front of the house, but
Exterior camera somewhere on the
somewhere
wall.
different on the porch. I didn't collect it, but that's what it looks like.
One of them is to my Discord, and the other one is an offsite on off YouTube support place.
But those are both stationary cameras, correct?
Yes.
Unlike the drone camera. Which
By Baker a corner kiss.
And do you know whether or not those cameras are motion activated?
I'm familiar with Ring, and I do know that they are motion activated. This in particular one here, I don't have specific knowledge, but
Do you know how it came to be that this is the only portion of video that we have with regard to that particular area?
rephrase that.
Sure. Did, as far as you know, was there other footage from this same camera?
From 36?
Yes.
No,
And you're not sure whether or not this is a motion activated camera, is that fair to say?
I can't say definitively.
Can we play the first video, the one that runs from about 11:40 prior to the event?
This is in Connecticut. So Midwest beside Kentucky.
Is there a particular file number that is
37. Do you want the one from the front door or from the side?
Baker's really good at
yeah, let's
geography.
look at those.
Let's play the 2, 3 first.
I know every state in America. 52, and I can place and name every one of them.
Yeah. And where they're located, yes.
Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, Florida.
You're on a hot streak, and let me tell you.
Ohio. That was 52, I think.
Detective Bango, in that video, when we see folks coming from the left of the screen, that's 43 Laurel Glen, the direction that they're coming from?
Yes,
And they are heading in the direction of Farmhouse Lane, is that correct?
yes.
So if you were going to describe for the jurors the path of that video that we just watched, would you just physically show us where that video shows?
Vehicle comes here, and they come to here, What else you looking for?
If you could just identify, could you just somehow use your words to identify what
Okay,
you're showing?
So
with
here's
your-
Laurel Glen. The vehicle comes from this direction and it stops right here in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
So, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has indicated using Exhibit 1 that the vehicle on the video moves from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, which is marked with the red marker, and it goes to the left down towards Farmhouse Lane in front of what the witness has already indicated is 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
Thank you, so noted.
Okay. And there's another video there that shows the same thing, but from a slightly different angle from the porch, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to identify any of the people seen in that video coming from 43 Laurel Glen and following the vehicle?
From the video alone, no, it's not that good of a video. We had to corroborate through witness statements.
And may we see now the video from after the incident? I believe it begins at 11:55 or so.
See you, Miller.
Hi.
We almost done.
Mhm.
Then I'm gonna make myself some dinner and get to bed early tonight.
Some rest.
Well,
You feeling better?
that's my plan. No, well, I'm not just tired, but I'm still just. Every time I go out and try and do stuff, I just feel, ugh.
Mhm.
And Detective Bengo, that second video it comes from after you believe the fight occurred in the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
Shows two vehicles going down, stopping in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you identify either of those vehicles?
Yes.
Was one of them the Pilot?
Yes.
And what was the other vehicle?
That was Megan Traficante's sister.
Megan Traficante's sister?
Yes. It was, I could be mistaken about if that was definitively her. It was someone that came and picked them up. They called for a ride.
Was there a third car that we don't see here that was driven and picked up another passenger from the Pilot at some point?
Through witness statements, yes, there was.
But we don't see that vehicle here, is that correct?
In that video, no.
And you said that there were videos from 44 Laurel Glen Drive, but you couldn't see what was going on in those because the homeowner was blocking, correct?
And the distance from the camera to the yard.
And in fact, that there were videos from 43 Laurel Glen Drive itself, correct?
Only live.
Only live. You learned that from the homeowner who claimed that there was no video recording it, had only been live, correct?
And Ring. We didn't take his word for it. We contacted Ring.
Now, you said that over the next several months, you tried to interview Mr. De Silva and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you couldn't do that until November, right?
correct.
In fact, you weren't able to do that until November 2nd with Mr. Snyder, correct?
I believe that's the date.
And you believe that the date for Mr. De Silva was December 6th, right?
Sounds about right.
He doesn't look like Al Pacino on Scarface. He looks like Al Pacino in Heat. No, that's Val Kilmer who has the ponytail in Heat. But he looks Al Pacino-esque.
Esque.
And in fact, after your interview with Mr.
Ray of Light, if you want to be on Discord can be a little, it has a learning curve, but there's some nice ladies in there, and Jamie. They're always willing to help people out, trying to figure out what to do. They hang out in live chats now and again, talking about different stuff. Movie nights every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like a community when we're not streaming, they can hang out in there, and I don't know what people talk about when I'm not there. Mostly periods, I think.
Mainly about your pickup lines. That's what everybody's discussing. Why you're so single. No, we don't talk about periods. Will you quit it?
Well, that's what I heard last year when I was in Tennessee, that it was good I was back because Marissa, you and Mo had just been sitting here discussing female hygiene products.
Please. I don't even think we brought up a girly thing once, which is impressive.
Yeah, you sit around, talk about me, but not because it's just, how can this idiot still be having a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Why are we on his
He doesn't even
Discord?
have a-
Can he just shut up?
Can we just kick him off his own Discord and take over?
Try on clothes and have pillow fights. Oh, I have to stay up for those nights.
Yeah. Okay.
Snyder, which one of them occurred on November 2nd, one of them occurred on November 28th, correct?
I do believe we interviewed Mr. Snyder twice.
And you indicated that after that day of the Snyder interview, you went to try and find the knife. Which day was that?
The
Was it
first
the
one.
second? It
The
was
first
second.
one. The first one. First.
Did anybody in the neighborhood, in the area which you went to on Adams Drive that you talked about in exhibits 45 through 47, did anybody in that area indicate that they had seen anybody throw a knife in that area?
The night of, no.
Or at any time thereafter?
No. But we did do a neighborhood canvas in that area.
The only place that you came to believe that perhaps the knife had been thrown in that area was from Jack Snyder?
And Tyler De Silva.
Hey, Bullstorm.
You described having taken some measurements, and one of those measurements was from the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to the pathway or walkway of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that was about 647 feet, you thought?
That number sounds about right.
Pretty accurate. You told us about 2 football fields, right? And were any other measurements taken as far as of the yard itself?
On that day, no. But like I said, with the crime mapping system, yes.
Do you recall any of those measurements?
I don't recall them. No, I didn't memorize them.
For instance, from the driveway where the cars are parked till the end of the yard where the red bush is, do you have any recollection of what that measurement is?
I do not.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood prior to having gone there to do your investigation?
Somewhat, from working there 25 years, but
Would you agree that this neighborhood is comprised of a series of through roads and then a number of cul-de-sacs that lead off of those roads that go the whole way through?
yes,
And you described it as being dark on this evening, correct?
yes.
Is it also fairly wooded in that area?
Well, not there, what we're looking at, but if you go to the cul-de-sac there, there's some woods. I do believe way on the other end, there's some woods too.
And then there's a river that runs along the backside there just beyond these houses on Laurel Glen?
There's a river that runs behind the end of Adams Drive.
Is that also behind some of these houses on Laurel Glen Drive? Like for instance, 36?
I don't know how far that river goes.
What are you getting at here?
In any event, you searched for a knife fairly extensively and never found it, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for us having done 4 interviews on the night of into the early morning of the next day, correct?
Yes.
In fact, thereafter and after you made the arrest of Mr. Valle, you went and conducted a number of interviews, did you not?
Correct.
And in some instances, you went and interviewed the same people a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And again, you did not interview Mr. Snyder until November 2nd, correct?
I believe so.
And you didn't interview Mr. De Silva until December 6th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redraft? Okay.
counsel just asked you about your continuing investigation that occurred after the signing of the arrest warrant for the defendant. You spoke to Ricky Fiola, Mackenzie Traficante, Charlie, and Tommy Connery prior to the submission of the arrest warrant.
Yes,
And based on what you learned from those individuals, at that point, did you think you had enough for probable cause for the arrest warrant?
yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke to, withdrawn, the investigation didn't end there, correct?
No.
So when you spoke to individuals connected to the party, or connected to the 43 Laurel Glen, excuse me, and other individuals connected to the Honda pilot, during those interviews, did you learn anything from those interviews that would lead you to believe that you didn't have enough for the arrest warrant that was signed prior on May 16th of 2022?
No, just the opposite.
And counsel asked you about not talking to Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder until almost 6 months later.
Correct.
What was the reason why you didn't talk to them sooner?
Their lawyers wouldn't allow us.
And did you in fact try to talk to Tyler DeSilva on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, at about,
What efforts did you take to talk to Tyler DeSilva on May 15th of 2022?
we went to his house, knocked on his,
They shouldn't be allowed to use this line of argument. The lawyers have every right to deny them to talk to the police. This is
Yeah.
bullshit.
To bring that up
I
is
don't
kind
like
of-
the
yeah.
questioning because, of course, they have every right to say, I'm not going to talk to the cops. Then they can subpoena them and they can plead the fifth.
And when you knocked on his door, were you informed that you were not allowed to speak to him?
yes.
Why?
His father said that he won't speak with us without a lawyer, and his lawyer wasn't there.
And how about Jack Snyder? Same thing?
I didn't, but somebody called and it was the same thing.
No, this is the
Everything.
prosecution. Yes.
Attorney Smith, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, you may exit the witness stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
That was the end of day one in Connecticut v. Raul Valle. A kid at the time who allegedly stabulated a young man right below his heart, so he almost instantly bled out and died on the scene. Found with 1.7 liters of his red stuff inside of his chest cavity, which is roughly two-thirds of, no. Yeah, roughly two-thirds of the amount you have. No, not two-thirds. One-third of the amount you have in your body to begin with. It should not be in your chest cavity. It shows you how dangerous it is when kids, hey, I'm just going to bring a stabulator. It's not going to be anything bad. One punch right here, and this kid passed away almost instantly. We haven't heard anything so far about what he did. We haven't had any witnesses talking about what they saw. That will be day two. Day two, I will most likely cover tomorrow because Sunday apparently is going to be hot as balls in Denmark. So I don't want to sit in here with all the lights on. But sadly, this is what happens when kids think, hey, I'm a big tough guy with a stabulator. It only takes one small wound if it's deep enough.
Yeah. I think they're more deadly than, a gunshot.
Within, what is it they say, within 10 feet, you would rather have them have a hole puncher.
Mm-hmm.
He was 16 years old, had been at some party, apparently. We haven't heard the story about it. That will come in. There will be a lot of witnesses from the party tomorrow when we cover that. Been at a party, went over here to fight somebody, potentially over a case of beer or something stupid like that, or just inter-school rivalries. And 4 people ended up getting stabulated, one of them fatally. This is kind of like the Nicholas Mew case again. It's only one that hit the wrong way. Nick an artery, nick the heart, and they're done.
Yep. And we
Back in
don't
my
know
day-
if he's especially claiming self-defense. He's just that's just
No, we
started.
haven't heard anything
We haven't
because we
heard
didn't
anything.
hear opening statements.
Yeah. People have been saying it in the chat, so I just wanted to say we don't know like what
Yeah,
his
we haven't heard anything about that. Am I gonna start doing Stabby Day again? Yeah, I'm gonna get back into it when I don't have Mo on every day, because that was why I stopped doing it, because we were streaming every day. So
well, I feel like during the Karen Reed, we kind of needed a break.
yeah, we kind of needed to get away from each other because we were together like 40 hours a week. So Stabby Day will return at some point, just to let the air out. But I need tomorrow. I'm gonna catch up on this one. I'm probably gonna start about the same time, and more importantly, because that's just stupid me. Tonight at 7:30 p.m., you all need to go watch Runkle of the Bailey. Ian will be interviewing Yannetti and Alessi on his show tonight. It's probably going to be very enlightening. It's going to be a great show. And I'm going to redirect you over to that stream so you can put notifications on so you don't forget. 7:30 Eastern. If you're in Europe, that'll be 1:30 my time, 12:30 England time. I don't think haven't seen any of the Finns in here today, but that would be 2:30. I will probably not be watching it because it's 1:30 my time. I'll catch it on the replay. But remember to go check it out and show Runkle some love, because
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
it's going to be a great show. There's a lot of hate going around now for the jurors. One of them has been out. Juror 11. All the crays are. There's enough salt mining that I might even do a salt mining stream Sunday or a salt mining video.
Right.
No, I'm not going to set my alarm for tonight. I stayed up till 4 last night, so I slept 4 hours. Well, I jumped on with the expert at 12:30, and then we streamed till like 2:30, and then we were talking shop. So I got to bed at like 4:45 or something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
I imagine.
well, you're a young woman. I don't know. You can do it. You go get a couple of hours now before the Runkle stream. I'll be back with this tomorrow. Hopefully you'll join me. If not, join me back Monday when we're gonna go live with it and follow it live time. What animals do you fear where you're from? Nothing, because God doesn't hate Denmark, so we don't have any bad animals. We do have some snakes, but I've only seen them once in my life. See you, Helen.
Sue, she's on fire today.
Yeah, she's mean. Everyone, don't be a Sue. Be a nice person. And
Be a
go,
Jamie.
go support Runkle tonight and hear what the defense team has to say.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.